2025 hearing for the Land Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission is now called to order. And if I could please get everyone to silence any audible devices that you may have. And if you could please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to thank you for joining us this morning. And Ms. Summers, could I have the roll call, please?
Good morning. Mr. Harrison?
Present.
Ms. Craig? Ms. Shelley? Here. Ms. Bush?
Here.
Mr. Sixma? Mr. Costa is absent. Mr. Mills?
Here.
Thank you.
Ms. Okay. Let me see. We do not have any, we're going to postpone having the minutes today, so we're going to move right on into discussion here. If anyone would like to speak for or against any of the cases being heard today, if you could please fill out a form at the back of the dais and hand it to what's her new to Ms. Summers to my immediate left. And we will be limiting you to a 3-minute time limit. After the comments have been heard, I will give the applicant an opportunity to address any concerns the speakers have and answer the questions the commissioners may have. And at this time, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Soria for legal comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and this is for members of the public as well as applicants that decisions by this body on special exception cases and cases which rezone real property from one classification to another pursuant to the zoning ordinance are recommendations only to the county council and do not constitute a final hearing. New evidence may be introduced at the county council public hearing. However, decisions on variances made by this body constitute final action subject to an appeal to the county council. And what that means is that no new evidence may be presented at the time of the county council public hearing on the appeal. An aggrieved party that appeals such a decision is confined to the record made before this body. Hearings by this body on rezonings, special exceptions, and variances are quasi-judicial in nature, meaning that this body is acting more like a court and must take into account all oral, written, or demonstrative evidence presented. Their decisions on these cases must be based on competent substantial evidence in the record, and competent substantial evidence has been defined as that evidence a reasonable mind would accept to support a conclusion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Soria. And while on legal comments, I'd like to ask the commission to disclose for the record any ex parte communications that have occurred before or during the public hearing at which a vote is to be taken on any quasi-judicial matter. And I'll start with Mr. Ursima to my immediate right.
I have none, sir.
That's good.
None.
None. None.
None.
And I have none. Okay, do we have any items to be continued or withdrawn? Okay. Okay, and we don't have any unfinished old business, so we're going to move right into our new business. Ms. Shelley, could I get the first case read into the record, please?
Yes, sir. Case number V-25-031, application of Hope Hubbard, owner, requesting variances to the minimum yard requirements on A1 zoned property.
Thank you, Ms. Shelley. And this is Ms. Tucker's.
Good morning, members. So the applicant is seeking 5 variances for a proposed 3,211 square foot single-family residence and a 15,000 square foot detached metal building. Variance 1 is to reduce the northern front yard setback from 100 feet to 80 feet and 9 inches. Variance 2 is to reduce the western front yard from 100 feet to 40 feet. Variance 3 is to reduce the eastern side yard setback from 50 feet to 34 feet. Variance 4 is to reduce the eastern side yard from 50 feet to 46 feet. And variance 5 is to reduce the western front yard from 100 feet to 42 feet, 9 inches. Variances 1 through 3 are for the proposed single-family residence, and variances 4 and 5 are for the proposed accessory structure. The property was previously developed with a single-family residence that was demolished in 2024. There is a right-of-way easement located to the north and west yards that make this a corner lot and also reduce the buildable area for a proposed single-family residence. Environmental reviewed the variance request and had no comments at this time. Staff recommends approval as it meets at least 3 of the 5 criteria for granting a variance and recommends 2 conditions.
Thank you, Ms. Tucker. Any questions for staff? Hearing none, is the applicant present? Would you like to come forward? Yes, ma'am. Good morning. Could I get your name and address for the record?
Good morning. It's Hope Hubbard. It's 5883 Winona Road, De Leon Springs.
Okay, you've heard the staff report. Is there anything you would like to add to that?
No, sir.
Okay. Is there any questions for the applicant? Okay, you can have a seat. Ms. Summers, do we have any public participation forms for this case?
No, sir.
Okay, we're going to close the floor for public participation, open up for commission discussion or motion.
I'll be glad to make a motion
Go ahead, Ms. Shelley.
that we approve variances to the minimum yard requirements on prime agriculture A1 zoned property, subject to the 2 staff recommended conditions.
I'll second.
Okay, I got a motion on the floor for Ms. Shelley to approve variance 25031, the 4 variances with the 2 conditions, and a second from Mr. Urson. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, Ms. Shelley, could I get the next case, please?
Yes, case number V-25-034, variance to the minimum yard requirements on urban single-family residential R3 zoned property.
Thank you, Ms. Shelley. Ms. Tucker, this one's yours also.
Thank you. So the applicant is requesting a variance to construct a 1,350 square foot workshop on a parcel with an existing 2,759 square foot single family home that was built in 1974. Due to the home being set back 68 feet from the eastern front property line, the rear yard is limited to 59 feet, leaving 39 feet of buildable space after the required 20-foot rear yard setback is accounted for. With structures over 500 square feet, they are subject to principal principal setback requirements. The proposed workshop will be placed 8 feet from the northern property line and 12 feet from the western rear boundary. Staff recommends denial of the variance as it failed to meet the criteria, but there is conditions if the commission chooses to approve.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Tucker. Okay, any questions for staff? Is the applicant present? Would you like to come forward, sir? Could I get your name and address for the record?
Charles Mason, 1174 Tatum Boulevard, New Smyrna Beach.
Okay, you've heard the staff report. Anything you'd like to add to that?
Just aesthetically, it's going to look better in the backyard. And yes, I could turn it sideways, but then it's going to block the rear window of the house. And I could probably put it in the front yard, but that's just going to be an eyesore when people ride by. And I'm just asking for 8 feet.
Okay,
That's it.
all right. Ms. Bush, you had a question?
I do. On the survey, there's a dirt driveway. Does that go to a property that you have access to?
That is a adjoining lot.
Okay, and you own that joining lot?
Yes.
Is there a reason you couldn't put the structure on that lot?
I'm just saving it for a house. That it was all bought by my father, and it was for all of for the kids.
Okay. Are you removing any trees to construct this
No,
building?
no. She is her name Lindsay? I think she already came out to do the
Yeah, there's no.
site view. No trees were there.
Okay. And then can you explain why the workshop needs to be so big? Why you couldn't make it smaller in order to meet the side
Well,
yard
I
setback?
just wanted to get half of my square footage of the house.
Okay, so it has nothing to do with
I
the
have-
need for the size of the building.
I mean, I could make it smaller, but I have, there's a lot of stuff in the house, and my father built it, and I'm never going to sell it until I die. It's going to get handed down. So.
Understood, understood. I just didn't know if there were cars or other equipment or things
No, I
that you're
mean,
parking in it.
The main reason is I have a couple of cars that I'm going to put in there too.
Okay. Thank you.
And it really would be like I was thinking for a motorhome future if I wanted to put it inside and have it stored.
Okay.
You know, that way it was undercover. But that's it.
Any other questions for the applicant? Okay, Ms. Summers, do we have any public participation for this case?
No, sir.
All right, you can have a seat, sir. We're going to close the floor for public participation and open up for commission discussion or a motion.
You know, I'll go ahead and make a motion on this.
Go ahead, Mr.
Case V25034, I'll make a motion for approval with staff's one recommendation.
Second.
Yeah, I got a motion on the floor to approve variance V 25034 for Mr. Sixma with the one condition, and a second for Ms. Shelley. Any discussion on the motion? Ms. Bush?
Yeah, I just have concern. I think the applicant could make it smaller. I think he could do other things in order to not support the variance. The variance doesn't support all the tests that we put it through, so I'm not in support at this time.
And I'm, feel the same as Ms. Bush, very concerned about going to the one. How many criteria do we allow to be ignored and still pass? I'm kind of concerned about where it leads in the next case, but anyway, I do have some concerns. Thank you.
Okay. Any other discussion? Ms. Craig?
I also have an issue with the size of it. It seems like it's oversized for the lot and the whole project.
Okay. Ms. Tucker, what is the total lot coverage on this, do you know?
Just one moment.
While she's looking that up,
Go ahead.
while she's looking that up, what I look at a lot of times on these is how much lot coverage would be, because on regular residential, Mr. Ashley, if you correct me if on this, he would only have to have 5 feet off the property line. Is that correct?
If the accessory structure were under 500 square feet, yes, it can be a 5-foot side yard or rear yard setback.
Yeah. Okay. Do you have that number, Ms. Kelly, Ms. Tucker?
I'm finishing up the calculations. I apologize.
Okay. You'll have to,
Can't speak from down there.
you'd have to come back up the mic. I'll go ahead and recognize you. Go ahead. What was you saying?
I can't use the other side of the yard because there's a septic tank there, so. And the
Alright.
drain
When you
field's
say
on
the
that
other side, where on the
Not the
picture?
other lot. That's not an
Not the
attached
other
lot.
lot.
It's just,
Thank you.
it's a totally
Yes,
separate
okay.
lot. But yeah, on the other side of the actual property, there's a
the-
septic tank and drain field.
In the rear.
In the rear, yes.
Yeah, which you're talking, okay.
It's 19%.
19%,
Yes, sir.
and he's allowed up to 35% lot coverage.
That is correct.
So he's well within the meets of the lot coverage. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes, sir.
My line of thought
Okay,
on this is
thank you.
because if it was regular residential, he'd only have to, well, if it was 500 square foot, he'd only have to have 5 feet off the property line. So without any objection by the adjacent property owners, you know, like I said, he's only 19% lot coverage. So that's where my train of thought is. So,
Thank you.
all right.
Chair, if I may add, the house was also built well back from the front yard setback. So if the house did move up 20 feet, this variance would not be required. They'd be able to build within that rear yard setback.
Thank you.
Okay. Any more discussion on the motion? Now, we do have a motion on the floor in favor of approval. Just wanted to let you be aware of that. So all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries 5-1. Okay. Ms. Shelley, could I get the next case read into the record, please?
Yes, sir. Case number V25035, a variance to the minimum floor area, minimum yard requirements, and accessory structure requirements on prime agriculture A1 zone property.
Which one is that? Yeah, I don't have it. Okay, for some reason I don't have that one. Oh, there it is. I'm out of sync with here. Okay, Mr. Shams, this one's yours.
Hi, good morning. Just to start, this application did receive 7 letters of support from adjacent neighbors, 2 of those being the most affected property owners. The applicants are seeking variances for a proposed 480 square foot replacement mobile home, a proposed 400 square foot wooden deck, and an existing 118 square foot shed. The subject site is an atypical lot that is approximately 0.38 acres. It is located in a natural resource management area and is zoned A1. It does not meet the A1 dimensional requirements, but it was recently vested through land development with a lot combination as an unrecorded subdivision. The site was previously developed with a 750 square foot mobile home, which was originally permitted in 1967. The site is within the historic Baxter Point Fish Camp along the St. Johns River. The site sustained hurricane damage and was removed, and the mobile home was removed in early 2023. They are seeking to replace it with a smaller mobile home. The site itself is approximately 89 feet deep from the front property line to the ordinary high water line. The lot width ranges from 59 feet to 121 feet, and at the location they are proposing the mobile home, the lot width is about 105 feet. The A1 zoning classification requires a front yard of 100 feet and side and waterfront yards of 50 feet. Based on the lot dimensions, there is no buildable area on the site. The minimum floor area is also 750 square feet, which is larger than what they're proposing. So in total, there are 7 variances being proposed by the applicants. Variances 1, 2, and 3 are for the mobile home. They are to reduce the yard requirements and to allow a smaller floor area for the home. Variances 4 and 6 are for the existing shed along the western boundary to reduce the side yard from 50 feet to 0.75 feet and the rear yard or the waterfront yard from 50 feet to 39 feet. And variances 5 and 7 are for the proposed deck, which are to reduce the side yard and the rear yard. Also like to note the old mobile home, which was significantly larger. It was about 750 square feet. Based on aerial imagery, it did not meet any of the yard requirements. It was about 40 in the front, 5 on the east side, 35 from the water, and 42 feet on the west side. And there was also a porch that was 25 feet from the water. So the new mobile home meets 2 of the yard requirements on the west and south, but it needs variances on the north and east. In addition, the new porch is being located above an existing septic tank, but the porch or deck is being designed to be moved or accessed, so it will not be a permanent structure. Environmental permitting reviewed and did not oppose the application. The site is subject to a 50-foot upland buffer and must meet all environmental requirements of the Land Development Code. Overall, staff recommends approval for variances 1 through 7 as they all meet at least 3 of the 5 criteria. The site is heavily constrained due to its size, and the applicants are making every effort to minimize impacts, especially to the waterfront yard. Staff recommends 5 conditions, along with the recommendation of approval.
Okay. Ms. Bush, you had a question for staff?
I do, thank you. In the staff report, the looks like it's coming from the environmental specialist, talks about the regional resiliency action plan that predicts flooding on the property. And it looks like the property could be inundated with just 1 foot of sea level rise. And this action plan predicts an upper bound of 4.5 feet of sea level rise by 2060. So my question to staff is, how does this impact, one, the use of the septic tank? If this were to flood, what type of health impacts are we expecting to see in the St. Johns River and upstream, because the river flows north? And then second, I guess, and this is maybe a larger discussion, and I'm trying to find the resiliency action plan. I see that it was approved by the commission or the council in 2019. But what impacts does that have on rebuilding properties that will be inundated by flooding in the near future?
Well, I guess I'll try to attempt to address that. First off, as far as the resiliency situation, during the building permitting process, because this isn't a floodplain, the proposed structure will have to be elevated to meet the base flood elevation standard we have in our code. Basically, whatever the established elevation is, be at least 2 feet, 1 foot to 2 feet above that. As the septic tank situation, that is the Florida Department of Health, because of the nature of the location, any permitting and design criteria will be coming from the state. My guess is it'll have to be, plus it'll have to be moved as far away from the water as it can, so it'll be in the front yard area. It may have to go through a state permitting and variance process in order to locate. They have separation standards from septic tank and drain field to a water body. So that may require a upgraded type system given the location.
But if the entire property is going to be inundated, then where would they be able to move this? I guess I would want to see that information before approving a variance request to rebuild on the property.
Well, I'm sure it will be inundated at some time if we have a storm such as we had probably about 10 to 15 years ago, where most of this area was underwater.
2 years ago.
So, I mean, well, the first major one, probably 2007, I think, or 5, was a major storm that affected this area. But it has rebuilt, and because these are much older structures, they are having to be rebuilt in accordance to the current building standards, and that's where we're looking to design to make sure they're meeting the best information we have on the flood-based issues as well as the elevation for those homes.
So in the resiliency plan, does it mention anything about at what point do we not continue to rebuild on these parcels as they continue to get inundated and destroyed in these hurricanes? I mean, these were questions that were asked during the LA fires, New Orleans, Katrina. I think we have to be able to ask this question because it does have impacts to other residents, especially up the St. Johns River.
And I understand, and we are looking at a scenario where you have an existing piece of property that is owned by somebody. A lot of what the resiliency issue is concerned about is creating more intensive or more density in areas. We are replacing what was there. We're not trying to subdivide the property and create 2 building sites, but a single. And actually, if I recall, was 2 lots and it's combined into 1 to accommodate. And certainly, if there was common ownership, it would have to have been combined anyway because of the nature of the zoning. The A1 that's been in place since at least 1980. So I don't have a good answer other than, we have existing single-family residential lot. We're just trying to allow for rebuilding. I know a lot of resiliency and with the comp plan, we're trying to limit intensity and increase density in these areas that are going to have problems. And I see the resiliency manager may be able to answer that question as well, Ms. Samantha West.
Hi,
Good morning.
Online. Good morning. Samantha West, Sustainability and Resilience Manager for the county. Sorry, I just ran. So, the Regional Resiliency Action Plan was adopted 2018-2019 by the Volusia County Council. In there are a lot of recommendations for ordinances which have been incorporated into our comprehensive plan. To breathe. Hold on. We do not have specific regulations in our zoning ordinance or land development codes at this time. Right now, like Scott said, it's just for increases of density or intensity. So for this property in the Baxter Point area, I believe, right? It is all a repetitive loss area. That means that, if I could breathe, hold on. Catch my breath before I start talking. It's a repetitive loss area, which is identified in our annual CRS audit for our community plan that we have. So that means that multiple properties within this area have had multiple flood insurance claims for the National Flood Insurance policies. So we have designated as a repetitive loss area. We know that it repetitively floods. It is an issue, but we do not have anything within our codes right now to state that they have to build any higher than the 1 foot above the base flood elevation that is currently within the Florida Building Code.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
It does.
Okay.
Thank you. I have some experience with this, but I guess my next question is the county going to consider adding these types of policies into the land development regulations in the future? And I guess my second question is, what is the liability if we approve this today? Could the homeowner come back and say, you allowed me to build here, and then there are repercussions later on down the line from a storm, from the health impacts from the septic tank, and this body and the council approved that you could build there. So what are the liability and the repercussions? The reason I ask that is I dealt with the same case in Orange County, and we had to sign all types of waivers to say that the county, that we could not sue the county, that the county, could come back and get damages from the property owner because they were building in an area that was likely to experience loss.
So the liability question, I will point to legal to answer, but the first question I can answer. Right now, the Environment and Natural Resource Advisory Committee, NRAC, is looking at our flood hazard management ordinance and updates to that. They have been, I think it's the third or fourth, coming up on the fourth meeting, we've been talking about changes to that portion of the code. Their next meeting, which is July 2nd, we will be discussing if we would like to incorporate an additional freeboard within certain areas, like repetitive loss areas or those that are potentially going to be affected by sea level rise as determined by a regional resiliency action plan, or those that are already affected by storm surge with certain category storms. So they are actually looking at that at their next meeting to see if they want to do an additional, just do 2 foot of freeboard or anything additional above that 1 foot of BFE right now.
So I'm going to chime in and say, one, you can always be sued for anything. Anyone can sue you for whatever. Two, the liability to the county itself is minimal. One, these aren't county roads, private. Two, this is an existing vested lot that has had a unit on there, and rendering a property that had a lot basically unbuildable or undevelopable has other liability aspects that are more concrete than the notion that, oh, you allowed me as a property owner to build something, you shouldn't have allowed me to build something even though I told you to issue me a permit, right? It kind of doesn't make sense at that point. It's a little bit of buyer beware. The state is kind of responding in terms of, informing potential purchasers that, yes, this property has previously flooded in the past, so that's a new requirement under the law. So people are buying into these situations knowing that there is going to be a potential flooding issue if it was previously flooded before.
Can you answer that if there were to be health impacts, say the septic tank were to flood into the St. John's and there were to be significant health impacts further upstream, is the county not liable for issuing the permit or the health department not liable?
Well, that would be a question to the health department. They would have to sue on some, cause that you did not issue me a septic tank, or you should have issued, you should not have issued me a septic tank is the
Well, I'm not
question.
saying it's the principal property owner. I'm saying it's other parcel owners that are suing because of the health impacts that because they issued that permit. It's downstream. I mean, the county is being sued right now for flooding homes by other property owners, right? So it's the same lines. I'm asking that question as to what are those liability impacts if the county were to approve that and then somebody downstream were to say,
right.
you've impacted my property.
We don't issue the septic permit.
Understood. But you issue the building permit.
Because we have to. because
Well,
this
you
is a, this is
don't
a,
have
it would be a buildable lot. If you don't issue the building permit, you know, that exposes another sort of liability. So,
Does
you
the
know,
county have funding to purchase properties that are inundated like this?
we have a small lot acquisition program that is specifically targeted. I think Sam works with Brad Burbaugh from our community assistance department.
Yeah,
On that.
yeah. So there's a small lot acquisition program with some of the community assistance. Our public works department is also looking at acquiring properties that have been inundated or from repetitive loss. Then we have other grant funding through FEMA, through emergency management to acquire properties as well. So the county is looking at those repetitive loss areas specifically to acquire the properties, either just to have just for stormwater management purposes or for flooding effects.
And when we get applications like this, is staff directing these residents to look at these options because of the repetitive loss that they're experiencing on this property?
For the small lot acquisition?
Or any of the grant programs that she just listed?
Or when people come in for a building permit, usually they want to build. So I can't speak on how the program functions or which properties are being targeted. That is not this department. When people want to construct on a property, we apply the land development code and the building code on it. You know, we don't suddenly jump in and say, would you sell your property to us? If people want to develop a property, that's kind of not within the purview of the Growth and Resource Management Department.
I mean, I would disagree, but okay, we'll end there. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for staff? What I would like to say also too is in recommendation of approval, you took into consideration personal property rights for an existing structure, did you not?
You have to. It is a requirement of the state law that whenever you consider any land development regulation or consider a development order, you have the property rights element that we put in every single staff report.
Correct. And also, I have my experience with the septic systems. This would be a raised elevated system depending upon the soil profile. I haven't seen that on this, so I don't know what the health department would issue, but to keep it out of the water during flooding, they'll take that in consideration as far as based upon the soil profile and what happened in the past as far as getting it up and out of the water. Now, sometimes these mound systems are actually as high as the roof of the building. You know, they raise that portion up, but they're not going to let them put a septic system in a area where the soil profile shows that it's that it would be sitting in water. Okay.
Chairman, I have one more
go,
question
Ms.
for
Bush.
staff. On the site plan, it shows that the deck is going to be built over the existing septic tank, correct? And that it's going to be a temporary structure that can be movable?
That's correct.
But if the septic tank is not going to be used, and you mentioned that it was going to be moved to the front yard and that
It could potentially.
potentially. So they could reuse the existing septic tank, we're not sure.
That's up to the health department. I've spoken with them, and they said that, you know, when he gets to this phase and he goes to permitting, they will assess whether he needs to replace it or he can use the one he has now. But that's not determined at this point.
Okay, so the comment made by Mr. Ashley is that it won't be moved to the front yard. We don't know that answer at this time.
It could. Yeah, we don't know the answer at the time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for staff? Go ahead, Ms. Craig.
It says that the slab was laid in 2006. Are they going to be reusing the slab?
For the shed? Or what are you referring to?
Oh, that is for the shed. My bad. Sorry.
No,
I
it's
thought
fine.
that was for the house.
No.
Okay, is the applicant present? Could I get you to come forward, please? Do we have a microphone on the floor? If he would like to speak, there's a microphone right there, a portable microphone. There's a hand microphone right there.
I will.
Okay.
Yes, my name is Robert Luking.
Could I get your address, sir?
I'm sorry.
You're fine.
My mailing address is 328 South Baxter Point, Mims, Florida.
All right, sir.
And we have been owners or joint owners of this property since approximately 1965, when my father bought the property and has passed through the family since then. It's what I would consider a heritage site. We are doing, the only thing we are attempting to do is replace the structure that was destroyed in the hurricane. We're not adding anything to it, with the exception of the porch being slightly larger to give a little more room to accommodate the existing septic tank access. And basically, we are doing nothing adverse to the property or that hasn't been in effect since roughly 1965. That's all we're trying to do, is maintain family heritage without any detriment, which the environmental study will go into great detail there, that nothing adverse is being done. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
All right, sir. Any questions for the applicant? Okay, seeing none. We don't have any questions. Do we have any public participation forms for this case?
Do you want to speak?
I filled out a form. I just wanted to say we really appreciate your consideration of this
Okay, could I
variance
get your
request.
name and address?
Oh, I'm so sorry. My name is Michelle Luking Sunman. I live in North Carolina at 1709 Bodwin Lane, Apex, North Carolina.
Okay.
I'm the daughter of Juanita and Robert Luking. And we greatly appreciate your consideration, the work of the staff that has gone into this. My parents take very seriously their obligations to the environment and have a deep love and respect for the St. Johns River. I grew up going to this fish camp, fished there with my grandparents, fished there with my dad, and we hope that we'll be able to continue to use and enjoy the property into the future.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Did you have anything else you'd like to say, sir?
No.
Okay. And we don't have any questions for you, and there's no public participation form, so we're going to close the floor for public participation and open up for commission discussion or a motion.
I'll be glad to make a motion.
Ms. Shelley?
I move that we approve case number V-25-035, variance to the minimum floor area, minimum yard requirements, and accessory structure requirements on prime agriculture A1 zoned property, subject to 5 staff conditions.
I'll second.
I've got a motion on the floor to approve variance V-25-035, the variances 1 through 7 with the 5 staff conditions from Ms. Shelley, and a second from Mr. Urson. Any discussion on the motion? Ms. Bush?
Yes, so, I asked all those questions so that I could truly understand what the impact would be to all of us as residents of Volusia County and continuing to rebuild parcels that continue to get inundated by flooding. And I think at some point we do have to answer that critical question: are we really rebuilding in the same spot, expecting a different result every single time? And because NRAC is looking into this currently, I just don't feel comfortable approving the variance at this time. I think that if the applicant were to be willing to wait to see what NRAC comes up with and to meet those criteria, I think would be the responsible result and should be what this body and others look for. I understand private property rights. I understand wanting to use this piece of property for the uses that you've been using it for the last 50 years. But unfortunately, the environment has changed in the last 50 years, and we're all dealing with the consequences of that. So that's my personal take on it, and so I will probably be voting no for this variance at this time. If we could amend the motion to table it until NRAC comes up with their response, I think that that would be beneficial so that they could then build the structure to meet those requirements. But at this time, I just don't feel comfortable doing that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bush. Any other comments?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Craig?
I have the same concern. I think that the regulations are in light of a lot like this, although it looks like a lovely place to be, I am concerned about the water rise and the issues that come up. So I tend to be against this case.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, I'm going back to what I said originally, is that as far as the environmental situation, is the contamination from the septic system, it will be a raised system. I'm almost sure of that, being where it's located. And I'm sure the health department takes all that in consideration of the flooding. And as far as waiting, this was an existing structure. If this was a vacant property, it'd be totally different criteria in my mind. But it was an existing structure. It was destroyed by the hurricane, and these folks would like to get back to normal life. And if anyone's been put out because of a hurricane, you realize that it can be detrimental, and sitting around waiting for an answer is not always good to the person's sanity, to be honest with you. I've experienced flooding myself. I understand this. Exactly where Ms. Bush is coming from, but unfortunately, I'm kind of siding with the property owner to get back to some sort of normalcy. So I'll be voting for the motion. So if anyone else doesn't have anything else to say, I'm going to leave it there. Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed?
Aye.
Ms. Craig, are you in? Okay.
Said aye.
Okay. Motion carries 5-1. Ms. Shelley, could I get the next case, please?
Yes, sir. Case number V-25-036, variances to the accessory dwelling unit ADU regulations on urban single-family residential R3 zoned property.
Ms. Ray, this one's yours.
Good morning. The applicant is requesting 2 variances for an existing ADU. Variance 1 is to allow the accessory dwelling unit to be greater than 50% of the size of the principal structure. Variance 2 is to allow the attached ADU to be forward of the rearmost point of the principal structure. The owner purchased the property in April of 2024. The property is currently developed with a single-family residence that was constructed in 1959. The western portion of the residence is 1-story, and the eastern portion of the residence is 2-story. The previous owners renovated the residence without the proper permits, including constructing an ADU on the 2nd floor. The current owner is proposing to renovate the residence, and with the proposed renovation, the living area of the 1st floor will be approximately 1,695 square feet. The existing living area of the 2nd floor, which is also the ADU, is 960 square feet, which exceeds the maximum size of the 50% by 112.5 square feet, or approximately 57%. The variance requests are for the existing ADU to allow the owner to renovate the residence within the existing footprint and bring it all into compliance. Staff's recommendation is for approval, subject to 2 conditions. I'm available for questions.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Ray. Any questions for staff? Ms. Bush?
Can you, from what I read the staff report, and I read it a few times, and so is it 1 residence in the single family, the single story resident, and then are there 2 dwelling units in the 2-story?
No, ma'am. So it is. It's a funny shaped house.
Yeah, I was trying to follow along, and so it's just 2 dwelling units.
Correct. So the first floor is the principal structure or the primary dwelling, and then there's just on the east side is a little second floor, and that's the ADU.
Got it.
And the entrance is to the is on the outside at the rear of the property for that second floor structure.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Any other questions for staff? Okay, is the applicant present? Good morning. Could I get your name and address for the record, please?
Good morning. I'm Rebecca Cottle with Zevcone and Associates, 300 Interchange Boulevard, Ormond Beach.
Okay.
And I'm representative of the property owner.
Okay, you've heard the staff report. Anything you'd like to add?
I would just like to add that the owner's intent is to maintain the single-family appearance. The zoning does allow for an ADU, but the owner wants to maintain the existing footprint of the home. The entrance to the ADU would be from that staircase to the rear of the ADU. And the first floor, as Ms. Ray mentioned, is the original existing residence. And it currently has commercial style glass doors and windows. So part of the architectural renderings that were in your packet, that shows what the owner's intent is, to also restore residential style doors, windows, and restore it to its original 1950s image.
Okay. All right, any questions for the applicant?
I have a question.
Ms. Shelley?
This is not actually before us, but what about that fence?
The picket fence?
Yes. Well, if you want to call it picket.
Yes, so the owner has already started cleaning up. There was some garbage and things in the yard that he's already begun to restore. Repainting and restoring the fence is also an objective.
Okay. I'm just asking because the fence is in really disrepair there, so just a wonder. Okay, thank you. I know that's
Okay.
not before us.
Do we have any public participation forms for this case?
No, sir.
All right, you can have a seat. And we're going to close the floor for public participation. Open it up for commission discussion or motion.
I'll be glad to make a motion.
Go ahead, Ms. Shelley.
Case number V-25-036, variances to the accessory dwelling unit, ADU regulations on urban single-family residential R3 zoned property be approved, subject to the staff conditions listed on page 5.
I'll second.
Okay, I got a motion on the floor to approve variance V-25036, the variances 1 and 2, with the 2 staff recommended conditions for Ms. Shelley and a second from Ms. Bush. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, Ms. Shelley, could I get the next case, please?
Yes, sir. Case number V-25-037, variances to the minimum yard requirements on urban single-family residential R9 zoned property.
Ms. Tucker, this one's yours.
Good morning, members. The applicant's requesting a variance to allow a 235.5 square foot addition to an already existing 1,826 square foot single-family residence. The addition is intended to create an ADA accessible bedroom and bathroom for the owner's mother, who is in a wheelchair. Property is zoned R9 and doesn't meet the minimum lot size, but is vested under the Orlando Heights subdivision. With the encroaching setbacks, with the current building footprint, they would only have 5.8 feet of buildable depth. I did take the extra step and I sent the proposed site plan in your package to the building department for review, and they did say that this is the minimum square footage for an ADA accessible bedroom and bathroom. So they are intending to give the least amount of encroachment to the rear yard as possible. Staff recommends approval of this variance with one staff recommended condition. I'm available if you have any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Tucker. Any questions for staff? Ms. Bush?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but it looks like there were 4 letters of support, but those were not included in our packet. Am I not seeing those?
I would have to direct that to Miss Yolanda, but yes, you are correct. There were 4 letters of support from surrounding owners that were submitted.
Okay, because they're not in the packet.
We can discuss that with staff after the fact. Okay.
And then I do have additional question, and you should know by now I'm going to ask this, but what's the impervious surface ratio on this property? It looks like it's pretty much completely paved over. Not that this ADU is going to change that because it's on impervious anyway, but I'm just concerned that it's beyond the ISR of 80% at this point.
Give me just one moment. I can calculate that for you. I had the lot coverage ready for you in case you asked, which is 34.8.
Right on the edge.
Right on the edge.
All right.
Okay. Any other questions for staff? Okay, is the applicant present? Good morning. Could I
Good
get
morning.
your name and address for the record, please?
My name is Cheryl Lee Bolzian, 3804 Cardinal Boulevard, Port Orange, Florida.
Okay, you've heard the staff report. Anything you'd like to add to that?
No, only that our mom really needs it. She's in a small bedroom. She moved in with us 3 years ago, and it's not working for her to get into the bathroom, which is the main reason for doing it.
Okay. All right. Okay, any questions for the applicant? Do we have any public participation reports for this case?
No, sir.
All right. We're going to close the floor for public participation and open up for commission discussion or motion. Thank
I'll
you.
be glad to make the motion.
Go ahead, Mr. Urson.
To approve V25-037 as the variance meets 4 of the 5 criteria.
Second.
Okay, and did we have any staff recommendations on this?
Yes, sir. It's just one.
One. That
With
included
the
the
one, correct.
That included the condition, correct?
Right.
Okay.
Yes, right there. Mhm.
Okay, we've got a motion on the floor to approve variance V25037 with the one staff condition from Mr. Urson and a second from Ms. Shelley. Any discussion on the motion? Ms. Bush?
Yes, I'm just curious, if it exceeds the 80% ISR, what does that do for this variance and their allowance to put in this additional bedroom and bathroom?
Right. So, Mr. Ashley and I did take a look at the site plan. It does exceed the 80%. However, this was that way when the applicants bought the property. So the concrete's pre-existing to the early 2000s. They'd be developing on the same concrete. So I'm assuming they would have to include additional support slabs for the new extension of the building. But they wouldn't be expanding past what is already existing of the over 80%.
Would they need a variance to exceed the 80%? Because that is a land development regulation.
It's not in the zoning code, so it would have to be dealt with at the building permit or development review committee stage. And I don't know when the impervious area was placed, because that's
So this would have to go to DRC?
right. So in order to address the ISR issue, they would potentially have to go to DRC for, well, actually, it would be, what, a code violation? So, yeah.
Can I ask another question? Are you counting the pavers as 100% impervious?
Depends. We don't know what the status of those pavers are. They could be pervious pavers. They could be impervious.
Okay. Historically, pavers are usually counted at 50% because they do have cracks in them that allow water to seep through. So I don't know if that is triggering it over the 80%.
I think we'd be looking at all of it, but based on our review of the site, somewhere between 2000 2005, most of this is already added, and the applicant is only building on top of what was already there. So we're not, unfortunately, it's there, but it's not increasing or creating new impacts or new lot coverage. So that's one of the things that staff recognize, but without, it was not creating a new issue, if you will, a new problem. We do not bring that up as consideration. And plus, as Mr. Sorio just indicated, it's really not a zoning variance because it's part of the land development code regulations, not the zoning ordinance. And based on your past questions and inquiries, we're trying to figure out, well, if that is the case, how would we address it? And as indicated by the attorney, we'd have to probably go to the DRC and seek a waiver.
Okay. I'm just trying to understand the process, not that I'm
Yeah.
against what the applicant is asking
Right.
for. I just want them to understand too that there will be an additional step beyond this
could be,
because of
yes.
that issue.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Bush. Okay, we've got the motion on the floor. Any other discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Ms. Shelley, could I get the next case, please?
Yes, sir. Case number V-25-038, variance to the accessory structure requirements on urban single-family R4 zoned property.
Thank you, Ms. Shelley. Ms. Tucker, this one's yours also. You're a busy lady.
I am. They like to keep me occupied. So there is going to be a correction to the staff report, or I guess more of a clarification. We'll be voting as two separate variances, one for the screen enclosure and one for the pool. So variance 1 would be to reduce the waterfront setback from 25 feet to 10.6 feet for the screen enclosure. And variance 2 would be to reduce the waterfront setback from 25 feet to 13.6 feet for the swimming pool itself. So with this lot, it is on the canal in Edgewater. They have a special condition of a historic tree that's located on the eastern side of the property, which would prevent them with the root system from developing the pool in that area, which is why we've requested it in the waterfront setback. Apologize, too many pages. So staff does recommend approval for this variance, and we also recommended 3 staff conditions as well, and I'm available if you have any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Tucker. Ms. Bush.
Thank you, Chairman. Has staff inspected the specimen tree since 2003?
So I did speak to our environmental department. They said that because this is private property, that they won't have authority over it. So technically the applicants could cut the tree down if they wish. However, environmental was very happy to hear that they were wanting to avoid that and keep the tree. I believe they said it'd be measured in a 40 in the arborist scale. In 2003, it was measured at a 34 or 35.
Okay. And you might not be able to answer this. Maybe this is a Mr. Ashley question. What was the reason for the increase in the setback in July of 2021 for waterfront to go from 10 to 25 feet?
Well, the increase was to address waterfront scenarios, primarily our coastal areas, because the accessory structures could be within 10 feet of a river or ocean front area. And so we felt that that was not appropriate. It was really part of the intent of the previous code provision before the adoption of the 10-foot was greater. But during 2004, the change was made to allow a greater flexibility. We found some issues with that greater flexibility, partly because it conflicted with our environmental upland buffer requirement for any wetlands. Your coastal areas are, we have typically, if you're not in our natural resource management area, you would have a minimum 25-foot upland buffer from any wetland area. So obviously having allowance of a 10-foot setback would conflict with that, and if we granted that, then we're setting up the environmental staff to have to modify the wetland standards of the code. So that was one of the arguments for making the change that we did. In this scenario, you have this is a man-made canal. It's not quite the same. It has some of the features, obviously, but it's not the same as a riverfront or lakefront property where you would have the wetlands. This is an extensive canal, finger canal residential community where concrete slab docks run up and down the entire canal on each side.
Understood. Last question, and I think I had asked this last meeting, but how are the inspections done for the landscaping and stormwater requirements within the Indian River Lagoon Surface Water Improvement and Management Zone? There were some requirements there, and I know that that's not the purview of this, and that's done during building permit inspections, but is that inspected by the building department or environmental permitting?
It's done by the environmental permitting staff. When it comes in for permits, they would have to include a landscape and stormwater plan, that a part of the permit package, and that is then reviewed by the environmental permitting staff, who go out and do an inspection of the site, or do a preliminary initial inspection, review the plan, and then they'll do a final inspection at the closeout of the permit.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Okay, Ms. Tucker.
I did want to add that our environmental permitting staff did go over and review this. They didn't have any objections, but they did notate that the Class 2 permit requirements would be available, and the applicant is aware of that as well.
Okay, thank you. All right, is the applicant present? Good morning, sir. Could I get your name and address for the record?
Good morning. James Shanahan, 152 Azalea Road, Edgewater, Florida.
And Danielle Shanahan, 152 Azalea Road, Edgewater, Florida.
Okay, and if you could pull that mic a little bit towards you. There you go. Okay, you've heard the staff report. Anything you'd like to add to that?
No, I just want to say thank you guys all so much for the process. It was very efficient, and everybody was very helpful, specifically Kelly and Yolanda.
Okay. Any questions for the applicant? Ms. Bush?
Is that specimen tree still there and thriving?
Yes, I have a picture of it. It's absolutely beautiful. It's over 100 years old, and we could never hurt it.
Thank you.
We got it cleaned up, though. It was covered in vines.
Of course, thank you.
Okay. All right, do we have any public participation forms for this case?
No, sir.
Okay, we're going to close the floor for public participation and open up for commission discussion or motion. And I would remind you, we're going to have to take this into two different motions, variance 1 for the screen enclosure and variance 2 for the swimming pool, because each has different conditions. Is that correct, Ms. Tucker?
Correct. It would be the same conditions for both.
Oh, it would be the same condition. And how many of those are there?
It is three. So it's variance is limited to the proposed in-ground pool and screen enclosure with a total of 974 square feet. The requirement that the applicant is to obtain a Class 2 alteration permit during the building phase, and that any additional structures in the waterfront yard will require a new variance.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Tucker.
So it can be one motion, correct?
Well, they want it in two different
You prefer
ones.
two? Okay.
Yes. So go ahead and make a motion.
I'll be glad to make
on
a
variance
motion.
1.
Okay, that we approve case number V-25-038, variance 1, subject to staff conditions.
Okay.
Second on, do I need a second on each one or not?
Probably.
Yeah, you're gonna
Okay,
need a
second.
second. Okay, I've got a motion on the floor to approve variance V-25-038 for variance 1 with the 3 staff conditions for Ms. Shelley and a second for Mr. Sixma. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. I'll entertain a second motion for variance 2.
I'll be glad to make that motion that we approve case number V-25-038, variance 2, subject to staff conditions.
Second.
Okay, I got a motion on the floor for variance V-25-038 for variance 2 with this, with the 3 staff conditions for Ms. Shelley and a second for Mr. Sixma. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, Ms. Shelley, could I get the next case, please?
I have a quick question. It's not on the, but your last name is different than it is on the application.
I noticed that.
Okay. Okay, that's fine. I just was looking at that, making sure we got the right people.
Right.
Okay. The right owners. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Shelley, could I get the next case, please?
Case number V-25-039, a variance to the minimum yard requirements on urban single-family residential R3 zoned property.
Thank you, Ms. Shelley. And this is Ms. Ray.
Good morning again. So the applicant is requesting a variance to reduce the west front yard from 30 feet to 15.2 feet for proposed 2-story single-family residence. According to the submitted survey and site plan, the property contains approximately 16,233 square feet of wetlands on the eastern portion, which provides approximately 8,515 square feet of uplands and buildable area on the property. The applicant is proposing a 30-foot by 75-foot building footprint for the residence and an 11.8-foot by 30-foot porch to the southern end of the residence. The proposed home, according to the site plan, will meet the side and rear yard requirements. As previously stated, approximately 66% of the property is wetlands, and they do have a required 25-foot upland buffer. Environmental permitting reviewed the request and did state that they had no objections as long as they met all environmental provisions of the Land Development Code. The applicant is proposing the residence outside of the wetlands and their buffer, and is proposing the 2-story to further decrease the building footprint and limit the impact on the subject property. Staff's recommendation is for approval subject to 3 conditions. I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Ray. Any questions for staff? Hearing none, is the applicant present? Good morning, sir. Could I get your name and address for the record?
Yes, sir. Good morning, everybody. My name is William Prince. I live at 6020 Kaylee Drive in Winter Haven, Florida.
All right, sir, you've heard the staff report. Anything you'd like to add to it?
I just want to say that it's been, my wife and I moved from Georgia a couple of years ago to the Winter Haven area, and we've always wanted to live around the Volusia County area, and I'm glad we potentially have the opportunity to do that. And I also want to appreciate the staff and working with me to go through this process. We were very mindful about the environmental impact that the house would have. The house itself is only maybe 100 square feet of it actually is in the wetland buffer area. And I don't know how many communications I've had with environmental to make sure that this all kind of works copacetic and to minimize the impact on the property.
All right, sir. Any questions for the applicant? Ms. Bush? Well, wait a moment, sir.
Not so much a question, just a comment. Having worked with property owners that have had those constraints on their property, I appreciate the fact that you're bringing us something that is, you're asking for the minimum variance, and you are designing it with the property in mind. So thank you for that, and I appreciate it.
You're very welcome.
Okay, do we have any public participation form? Yes, we do. I do have a public participation form, and I'll give you a chance for rebuttal once they have spoken, okay?
Okay. I'll just
sit on the. Yeah.
Could I get Ms. Margaret Imbert, please? Morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Could I get your name and address for the
Margaret Imbert, 1755 Tatum Boulevard.
All right, and you had a comment you would like to make?
I do, and I have some real concerns. Thank you, Ms. Bush, for speaking for Volusia County residents. I've lived on this street since 1999, and my family has been there since '88. Across the street from the adjacent property, there are homeowners that are virtually had their houses built right on the ground. That was what was required back then. I can promise you that 35-foot easement holds water all the time. We are the only street that doesn't flood. Josephine, James, Pearl are all underwater because of a housing development that went up on Mission Road with D.R. Horton. Tatum has that wetland. I'm telling you, the homeowners, and there's at least 6 to 7 of them, their houses are eventually going to be in water. Because if we approve this, there are several other lots between him and me that are going to go up. The lady that owns the lot north of me contacts me all the time. What's happening with my property? You're 2 feet underwater. That easement, that 35 foot, is all we have that keeps that water from going in the road and across the road. I don't like the idea of having somebody building a brand new home at the edge of my driveway, and then I'm going to take on all their water. So even though we have a New Smyrna address, we're Volusia County. Someone has to speak up for us. I'm sorry. This gentleman is wonderful, but he bought that property knowing it was on the edge of those wetlands. Same as me. I lost 25 feet of my north corner. I brought in 100 loads of fill. My neighbor south of me did it, and his neighbor north of him did it. So listen to your citizens, please. Thank you.
Okay, any questions for the speaker? Okay, you can have a seat. Do we have any other public participation forms? Yeah, yes, sir, I'm gonna wait. Just let me see if we got any.
No, sir, we have no more.
Okay. Yes, sir, you can come back and for a rebuttal.
Ma'am, I appreciate your concern.
You have to address the members up
Okay.
here.
Oh,
You
okay.
can't-
I understand.
You and
Okay.
her can have conversation
Okay,
after the
sure,
fact.
sure. So, just a little background about myself. In Georgia, I was a Georgia Department of Transportation certified contractor. I was a road and airport builder. Okay. So I did have a survey performed on the property, and if you look at the topography of the way the property drains. Now, of course, we will have to raise the house higher than the existing road bed, but in the area that she's speaking about, from the edge of pavement to my property line is approximately 51.5 feet. Okay. If you look at the topography, the water drains down the front of the area where she's talking about, which is the right of way, and then as it goes to because that lot, there's 3 lots and 150 feet wide, and then right at the very end of the lot, there is it's not a ditch, it's a swell where the water actually drains back into the area she's referring to that holds water. This particular property, I'm going to say most likely, over the years when they were building homes, they put fill onto this property. So there's a clear indicator from where the property fill was put in and where the water actually is. It's about a foot. So all of the water, and you can believe me or not because but I did this for 30 years. But half of Tatum Boulevard across the front of my property will drain onto it. The house that's next door to mine, there's a swell there, so a lot of water will drain between our 2 houses. I'm planning on maintaining that. And then the remainder of the water that comes off of Tatum Boulevard, that comes off my lot, will follow that swell down the front property line in the easement and then trail back off into the area that currently holds water.
Okay. All right, sir. Any questions for the applicant? All right, we're going to close the floor for public participation, open up for commission discussion or motion. Well, if you fill out a form, you could. Okay. All right. Okay, any discussion on this variance here this morning? No, ma'am. No, we're close the floor. I'm talking about the commission here.
I'll be glad to make a motion to get it
Okay.
on the floor.
Okay.
That we approve case number V-25-039, subject to the staff recommendations on page 5.
And how many of those are there?
There are 3.
3 conditions. Okay, I got a motion on the floor to approve variance V-25-039 with the 3 staff conditions for Ms. Shelley and a second for Mr. Sixma. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Let's get to the next case, Ms. Shelley.
Yes, sir. Case number S-25-008, a modification of a special exception for a sawmill on prime agriculture A1 zoned property.
Ms. Ray, this one's yours.
The applicant is requesting a modification to add pallet board assembly as an auxiliary use to a previously approved special exception for a sawmill. The previous special exception was approved by the County Council in November of 2023. The subject property is heavily treed and contains approximately 24.27 acres of wetlands on the eastern portion. The property is located within our natural resource management area and therefore has a 50-foot upland buffer. The eastern portion is also located within our flood zone A. All sawmill activities, including the proposed pallet board assembly, are located outside of the floodplain, wetlands, and their associated buffers. The sawmill is proposed in 2 phases. Phase 1 will be developed with the already approved special exception, and Phase 2 will consist of the proposed pallet board assembly use if approved by the County Council. The proposed hours of operation will remain 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Friday as previously approved. The subject property is surrounded by agriculture and conservation lands, and it does meet the setback and landscape buffering requirements. Adding the proposed auxiliary use is unlikely to alter the character of the surrounding neighborhoods or be a hazard to individuals or to the public. Staff's recommendation is for approval with 5 conditions, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Ray. Any questions for staff? Okay, is the applicant present? Good morning, Mr. Watts.
Good morning. For the record, Mark Watts with the law firm of Cobb Cole, 231 North Woodland Boulevard, DeLand. Appreciate the opportunity to be with you this morning. This is really kind of an evolution of a project you previously saw when we came through before and you approved and the County Council approved the special exception for this sawmill. The intent was to actually assemble pallets offsite and ship the lumber out after it had been cut. Since that time, there was a modification in our client's approach. So they're basically requesting this modification to the special exception so they can include about a 2,500 square foot structure on the property for the assembly of pallets. So we appreciate the time we've spent with staff working on this. I defer to their analysis. I think it covers the criteria in the ordinance. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Watts. Any questions for the applicant? Ms.
I have one question.
Great.
This 7A to 7P, does that include the pallet construction?
Correct. That would be all operations. And we are in agreement with all staff conditions.
Any other questions for the applicant? Okay. I just, okay, never mind. I'm not going to get into that. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, all right, thank you. Do we have any public participation forms for this case?
No, sir.
All right, we're going to close the floor for public participation, and I'll entertain a motion.
I'd be happy to make the motion to approve S25-008 to the County Council for final action and recommendation of approval with staff recommendation conditions on page 6 and 7.
Second.
Okay, I've got a motion on the floor for Mr. Urson to forward the special exception case number S25008 to the County Council for final action with recommendation of approval with the staff recommended conditions, and a second from Ms. Shelley. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Ms. Shelley, could I get the next case, please?
Yes, sir. Case number CPA-25-003, small scale comprehensive plan amendment from the rural R future land use designation to the urban low intensity FLU designation.
Thank you, Ms. Shelley. Mr. James, this one's yours.
The case following is also included. Do you want to read them both at the same time?
Let's go ahead and companion
The PUD.
PUD on this case.
Yes,
Let's
sir.
Yes,
read
sir.
them both in so we can listen to both of them at the same time.
And case number PUD-2500-003, a major amendment to Volusia Land and Timber Planned Unit Development PUD.
Thank you,
All
Ms.
right.
Shelley. Okay, Mr. James, go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning. The applicant's proposing a future land use change from rural to ULI for 2 parcels that are approximately 19.15 acres. These are located directly adjacent to, on the north side of the existing Volusia Land Timber PUD. The proposed change is to provide necessary entitlements to expand the existing PUD. And I'd like to note this PUD is the county's first low-impact development project. The inclusion of the new parcels would allow an increase in unit count from the previously approved 121 to 169. And it would also allow the units to be more evenly spaced and the inclusion of lid practices. So in May 2024, the County Council voted to approve the original request, which was to change 42.36 acres from rural to ULI and commercial. The original approval was for 121 dwelling units and 36,000 square feet of commercial along State Road 44. The overall residential density was 3.08 units per acre. The applicant's proposing to increase the units to 169, but over a larger area, which reduces the density to 2.9 units per acre. The commercial area is not expanding. The PUD is contingent on approval of the land use change. The surrounding area acts as a transitional area between the more intense urban uses in DeLand to the east and less intense industrial, agricultural, and conservation uses to the west. However, the area south of this site is comprised of the Sunreal Activity Center, which is targeted for high-density, transit-oriented development. The applicant is also coordinating with Volusia County Engineering for trail connectivity with the Spring to Spring Trail, which will provide connectivity for the area's multimodal network. The project will utilize city utilities and environmental permitting, provided support for this project due to the LID implementation. If approved, the 19-acre site would increase its potential yield from 19 units to 76 units. However, this is overall capped by the PUD. The request is consistent with the comprehensive plan due to having adequate access to utilities, meeting urban sprawl criteria, and the proposed improvements to the transportation network. The proposed future land use change on this 19-acre site would result in an additional 760 trips for the 76 units. However, the PUD's total yield for the entire, I believe it's 63-acre site, is 1,635 daily trips. This project was reviewed by Volusia County Traffic Engineering, and a review of the TIA, or Traffic Impact Analysis, methodology is currently in progress. An approved TIA is required during the land development phase. Overall, staff recommends forwarding to the future land use change to the County Council with recommendation of approval to transmit to the Florida Department of Commerce and Volusia County Growth Management Commission. Now the PUD, as you can see on the site, this is their proposed plan. It was originally approved as Volusia Land Timber about 13 months ago. They're proposing a major amendment, and this PUD will be amended and restated as Woodruff Ridge. It'll add the 19.15 acres at the north, expand the residential unit count to 169, and implement LID. As stated previously, this is the county's first LID project that incorporates strategies from the LID Guidance Manual, which was approved by County Council this past May. LID is an ecologically driven stormwater management approach to mitigate rainfall through vegetated treatments. The LID improvements added to this project include amenitized stormwater ponds and rain gardens, which assist in the filtration of runoff from impervious surfaces for safe groundwater recharge, while also providing passive recreation for residents. The applicants believe these improvements will mitigate many of the concerns related to flooding that have become prevalent in this area over the past 3 years. In addition, they also provide hammock gardens, a playground, a dog park, a gazebo area, and an on-site network of 8-foot vegetated trails that will connect to the Spring to Spring Trail. The Spring to Spring Trail segment is located along the northern and eastern areas of the site and will be a 12-foot wide paved multimodal trail developed with Volusia County. The applicant is conveying the land for the trail to the county, and the county will construct and maintain it. The project also meets the county's PUD requirement of 20% common open space by blending the open space with their stormwater treatment. The project is required to meet all environmental requirements of the Land Development Code. Overall, staff recommends forwarding the PUD to County Council with a recommendation of approval subject to the Master Development Plan. And I'm available for comment or question.
Thank you, Mr. Shams. Any questions for staff? Hearing none, is the applicant present? Good morning, Mr. Woods. I was wondering how you was going to address our concerns at our past meeting.
Absolutely. It's good to see you all. For the record, Michael Woods with Cobb Cole, 231 North Woodland Boulevard, here on behalf of the applicant for both the land use amendment and the PUD. Yolanda, can you pull up the PowerPoint presentation? I have members of the development team with me, and specifically Sean Fortier. He's a professional engineer with KCG Engineering. He's been working on our projects in the area and has been kind of the spearhead for our LID projects. As the PowerPoint gets teed up, I just want to tell you it's kind of a privilege on this project. We were doing a lot of reaching the first go around because we didn't have LID standards in place. So we're trying to do the best that we did with our project. We were able to get this additional property under contract shortly after being approved. And what we've been able to do is, I think, improve across the board, both from the environmental, from the amenities, and from the project overall. So if you just want to pop that up to, okay, to show full screen. I don't know if I've got the control there. Does it? Okay. Just want to make sure it wasn't me doing it. I know. Probably up the top left of the screen should pop up to show the slideshow. Okay. The excavation, though, was very terrible there. Yeah. So if you go to the very top of the screen, there's right there. Oh, well, so now it's got notes, and I don't have notes. There we go. Thank you so much, Yolanda. I appreciate it. Okay, so to give you an overview of our application and what we're trying to accomplish for today, we've secured the additional northern parcels, and obviously we need the land use amendment to bring this forward. We had a more in-depth conversation about the land use request at the first go-around, but we'll touch on that a little bit on our justification for changing from rural to ULI. The important thing here is with the PD, we're not coming anywhere near the full density under the ULI. We're kind of transitioning through that and coming out, and I'll show you the breakdown of what our density is coming through. We do get a few more units with the project, obviously. But really what drove the acquisition of this is the flourishes that we can do with the LID now, both because we have standards to hit, and then both to be aware and abundantly cautious of the stormwater conditions, more so over down on Orange Camp Road. This area hasn't really had that many problems, but it is on the tops of everyone's mind, so we're really aware of that. Obviously, we have the bike trail. We already provided for that. That was a real focal point for us getting the project through to begin with. Like, that was from day one. We wanted to be able to provide for that. We've fixed some geometry here. We've expanded it, and I think it's going to end up being a better route with some discretion left to the county to kind of figure out the final orientation. We'll talk a little bit about that. And then obviously the enhanced control and integration of our wetlands. And as I say down here, we now have staff's standards. But we also are coming with a project that is not in Volusia County, but is in the city of DeLand. The same development team, same engineering firm did, that phase one has been finalized using DeLand's LID standards. So you can kind of see a proof of concept of what we're looking to get here, both aerial and on the ground. So we're real happy with this project. Again, 2024, this is what was approved. Focusing predominantly on the residential is about 42 acres, give or take, 121 lots. We had that commercial out parcel. Nothing's changing with that. But what we are being able to do is bump up the number of lots. The sizes are staying the same, but also our tree protection and our open space. So we had about 16.69 tree protection before. It's bumped up to just over 20%. And then our open space, and in both of those calculations, including the TPA, we're up to about 38.97. And it's functional and usable, which is a really great element of our LID stuff. We were really getting out of the siloing of how we describe this is active area, this is open area, this is TPA, this is stormwater. We give the engineers the ability to kind of make the project better. Aerial photo, the orange area there is the existing PD. The blue square is the additional acreage. You can kind of see, just for the frame of reference, you've got the Grandin 44 roundabout down the bottom right corner. Along our northern boundary, there's a power line easement that runs east-west. To the west is Martin Marietta Materials. And you can kind of see the topography, and we'll show you some of the historical photos here as well. Our eastern portion of the property is where the lowlands, where the wetlands are, and the focus of our LID. The western portion is all planted pine. This was Volusia Land and Timber. This was a timbering operation. So our focus and development of the home units has been on that western side to preserve the natural vegetative conditions. Original concept plan back in about 18 months ago. Feels like we've been working on this for probably 3 or 4 years now, which because we have. But again, shifting everything to the northeast quadrant because of the existing wetlands and having traditional residential area there. More of a kind of blocky distinction between tree preservation and open space because we didn't have the flexibility to kind of bump that up. What you have now with the concept plan, if you kind of look at the angled area on the left corner, that's where the line goes through. And that's basically where the bicycle trail was going to kind of shoot down through the Martin Marietta properties and then cut in. I'll show a little bit of a closer, actually, you can see that there. That the brown line on the top was the bicycle trail coming through. Even after we got that approved and getting into site plan, because we started going through site plan on this first part before we'd acquired the other property, we were having some geometry issues there, so we've been able to resolve that. Historic photo there again, 94, you can see clearly the wet area, you can clearly see the planted pine area, but ever present is the kangaroo or the gas station there, that's 99. And then for our topography, you can kind of see again the low area where we're focusing the stormwater too, and then also in the top left corner, a low area as well, we have another retention pond, and Sean will talk a great deal about that. So while we're amending, we've secured the additional acreage. Our density goes overall from 2.85 to 2.74, and we get more elbow room to expand our natural stormwater. We're incorporating the LID standards and hopefully will be a proof of concept for other projects. That's the acreage there. From the analysis to land use overview, the focus really on the first time for the ULI was our proximity to the Sunrail station, making our connectivity with the bike trail. And I'll show you kind of the radiuses that we're dealing with that. Even on that first time through, trying to focus on our wetland preservation. You'll have more detail with that now with this new project. And then obviously we're able to change for residential development, but the overall density goes down. This is the analysis for the urban sprawl, again, focusing predominantly on our proximity to the Sunrail station. I can go into that in greater detail if you have questions. Previously permitted, what is proposed. So I'm going to go through what the PUD actually provides about the units, the amenity provisions, trail. We're talking a little bit about traffic. Not much has really changed with that. The additional units don't really change that number, and we're fairly along with DOT from our work on phase 1, so we're real comfortable. We had a good discussion at the first go through with Commissioner Dempsey and making sure that the lanes and turn lanes were available, and then Sean will do the low impact design. So this is just a breakdown of how we're able to get that density kind of reduced with the original acreage of residential, the additional acreage. So the new stuff on its own is a little over 2.5, brings us down to a 2.74, again, max for ULI, which is really one of the lower residential densities is 4. So we're a little over half of that. Our amenities for the project, we try to do like a full concept for this to kind of be not bears and bunnies per se, but just the natural aspect of it. When I talk about a hammock garden, that's not, pine hammock. That is actual hammocks being strung up. If you've been on the Stetson campus, that type of thing. The vegetated pedestrian greenways are throughout the project. Tree protection and natural vegetation retention areas activated so you can go through and utilize them. Rain gardens, wherever we can put, whether a bioswale or rain garden for water attenuation, we've got that. And then we'll talk a little bit about that amenitized stormwater trail space. There's a defined term in the LID manual for the stormwater treatment park. We didn't use that term in here, but when we go through approval at site plan, that's basically what we're building towards. And that brings in the stormwater, both the pond and the wetlands, and then you amenitize it with the trails, picnic tables, gazebos around there, so that it's more than just a big, ugly retention pond. Then obviously you see some of the other amenities that we've got there, the gazebos, dog park still remains, all that good stuff. And the decorative water fountain per request at our council hearing. And then there's what I kind of call the soft elements of the LID standards, enhancing the total amount of existing tree preservation, larger wetland buffers, common areas. Even when we don't meet the criteria for the LID standard, we go as far as we can and provide for that in the LID. So for instance, when we're talking about natural vegetation, we've got natural vegetation throughout our common areas, and we provide for on the plantings and bushes for that as well. There are some limitations on the actual grass for the individual lots that we think good is better than perfect. So we were working through with that, but utilization of native plantings. We also have a concept with two of our kind of walking areas where we're going to try to plant, rather than a shade, either flowering or fruiting trees. There's real no provision for that in your code provisions right now, but trying to provide some kind of Florida natural habitat, but a diversification of the product is what we're really trying to get with that. And again, I can walk you through where these items are located, but if there's a pond or any type of water retention, there's a trail around it. Gazebo near the dog park in the I want to call the stormwater area. That's that northeast portion there. If you go in through the roadway on Grand Avenue and take that first right, that's where your tot lot is, and then you go a little bit farther. The dog park is kind of central to the project there. We can zoom in as necessary. And then these are just kind of the elements that you'll be able to see of how we're going to implement it. Some of these photos are taken from that DeLand project that we've got underway. So this is your entrance off of 44. This is probably the most traditional of our ponds. It's based mainly because of the topography in the corner along 44. But even there, we have an intervening bioswale. That's that ED and E lettering in between the roadway and the pond with the trail around it. And you can kind of see in the enclosed circular image, that's what the bioswales have been looking like on our other project. This is the access point from Grand Avenue. Again, buffers all along Grand Avenue, and then with trails going through that. Back of house, back of units, typically the bioswale or rain garden. Here we've got the traditional, playground. Again, our focus is more on the active outdoor area, but we are still providing traditional playground facilities for our residents. And then this is the example of when you have like the green stub outs on the ends of blocks, providing for a bioswale or rain garden. The definition's kind of interchangeable in the LID standards, so at site plan they'll finalize that. And this is what I was kind of talking about with the fruiting and flowering and fruiting kind of way. In order, when we added up the additional units to kind of show you there, we wanted to stretch out and break apart our blocks a little bit, so you can kind of see the left to right green areas that go through there for our plantings to just kind of diversify that and give you a non-pervious cut through on the blocks to get over to, again, the focus of the amenities is going to be along the retention area. But even on that northwest quadrant, you can get down. If you start at that northwest corner, that stormwater pond goes down to the wetland area. You've got the trail. The trail leads into the hammock, and then the hammock cuts through the green area over to the dog area. So again, walkability is going to be key, which should come up here shortly. Dog park there. And then that's an example in the bottom left corner of the hammock garden kind of concept that would go there. So getting into our trail, again, this was the peak amenity for our project, and I think we're really still happy with it here. We've buffed that up a little bit more. The trail will now run east-west along our northern boundary, and I'll show you kind of how it connects to the overall plan. But what we've been able to provide for here is, let's see if I go here, yeah, gazebo to provide for shade, picnic table there. We're going to have a bicycle work stand, repair station. Again, this is open to the general public. The trail itself is going to be county controlled because we don't want that liability. But we think from an amenity standpoint and for the community, and then obviously because we'll have facilities out there, a water fountain. Having been on the trail up to Blue Springs with my kid 2 weeks ago, it was the first hot summer day and I hadn't been on my bike since January, I bonked. And I was really hopeful for a water station there. So we've been committed to that because it makes a lot of sense both for our project and for the county to make this be a focus and feature for our project. Again, the final alignment, and I think I can show you here, is going to be dependent upon really kind of staff direction. So the benefit of what we have here, the northern boundary is pretty self-explanatory. There is a power line easement there as well, but we've got it down on our property at the moment, but we provide for some meandering in case there's some spacing issues that we have to do when we're out there. Along Grand Avenue, I think the preferred, well, it depends what department you talk to, but there is some preference for the trail to cut through into our wooded areas. And then there's a preference to kind of just stay along Grand for kind of a simpler maintenance. It's going to come down to the final orientation for tree avoidance and trying to make sure we can have a meandering path that goes through there. Either way, we're solving a really big problem for this area and this segment of the trail. And I talked a little bit about this first time, but since we have some new folks here, we are continuing the trail. Basically, I consider our anchor point the Sunrail station. County's been constructing the gaps. I'll kind of show you where those are, trying to use the Sun Trail funds, and that's the state funding for it. One of the problems or limitations with the Sun Trail, as I understand it, is once you get into an issue of eminent domain or a taking, you're no longer eligible to use those funds or there's some type of constraint. We are solving a huge problem for the county with our project incorporating this. What our alignment does, and the alignment is originally dictated by Rick Wolfhart's project to the south along Grand Avenue on the south side of 44. That's under construction right now. Grand Avenue is closed and they're doing the construction. They bring that trail up along the west edge of Grand. It gets to the intersection with 44 and Grand. That's obviously a little bit of a challenge. You should get off your bike and walk it unless you're riding on the road. But then you pick up to us, and what we're able to do is avoid the impacts to both Grand Avenue and Minnesota. I'm going to skip this one here real quick, and I'll come back to it. These are all the units along Minnesota and Grand Avenue. And by bringing it along the west side, we're avoiding any driveway conflict with the houses on the east side of Grand. And our orientation is going to cut behind the C and D site that's there, and I'm going to show you that alignment there. But those lots 1 through 7, that's on Minnesota, that part of the roadway is prescriptive. So any expansion there to the north is a taking onto those properties. Do not want to do that. There's really no feasibility for an expansion to the south because of the way that site is configured. It is basically asphalt, sliver of grass, trees for screening, and then you're into the C&D excavation site. So really solving some problems there for everybody involved. This is the connectivity plan from the Spring to Spring Trail maps. You've seen this before. I'm going to zoom in a little bit, but this gets you all the way down to Lake Monroe Park. To Lake Monroe, you can ride over the bridge, get into Sanford, downtown Sanford, right out to Titusville. You can do the same thing by go north on Lake Monroe, take a right, head on down to the Berry Hall, and then ride your way out to, Gobbler's Knob, and then out to Osteen, and then either north to Edgewater or south into Titusville again. I've only done about 40 miles in any one day. Again, I did it in August because I'm not a smart person. The gap that we have here is the one the county has been really working on very hard. So if you look, you can see where Lake Beresford is. That's the terminus. That's where the banana tree plant is right now that Ed and his gang kind of maintain. The county's been diligently working towards extending that connectivity. So where that circle goes and then the light pink to the middle, that's basically your Sunrail station. And so within the last 2 or 3 years, we've gotten a couple of projects to kind of fill that gap. To the bottom here in the pink and the purple and the green hues, that's the Rick Wolfhart project. The portions of that are under construction already. That was a big mixed use project with commercial, single family townhouses and apartments. And you can see in the bottom center in the little pink, that's your Sunrail station. So getting from there, the Wolfhart project fills all that red line for the Sunrail station to get to 44. We pick it up and run it through there. And then as your frame of reference, again, in the bottom left corner, you got 3 colors coming out of Sunrail Station. The yellow is the configuration through either of those Pelham, I think it's called Pelham Square project. There's platted rights of way that are out there already, but they're probably going to redevelop it. But either way, that's about a mile on roadway to get to the roundabout. And then the other frames of reference is, if you're familiar with the area, the red square is Emmy's Timeout Tavern, and then the blue or the purple square is the Stockyard. So the connectivity for folks coming off the train to get up to those established restaurants, those things have been there forever. It's more than just a new residential that's coming in, but that connectivity allows all of Central Florida to come into the Amtrak Sunrail station with their bikes and get on and then ride north. And then when you get to our project, these calculations are more or less accurate, but what we've able to do now is the old alignment had to go north before you got to those two squares, so the green area was a little bit shorter. You cut through to the west along basically what's the middle of our property now. We had some potential issues with getting that little last jag of north, so basically where the purple and the red meet. Anything south of that red line, there's a portion that's in conservation easement, and that was kind of, it was going to be a little bit problematic. By extending us farther in and into the closer to the utility easement area, that utility easement carries on to the west, so that kind of removes some of the issues with that. You've still got to get the right-of-way approval from that property owner to turn north at 0.19 miles. But then that orange strip is a separate project. It's a larger lot subdivision that's already got vested rights in it. Same development team is under contract to acquire that. And with that, we presume running an easement, if that can go through, running an easement through the eastern portion, and then that connects to the trailhead where it dead ends on Grand Avenue right now. From there, you ride all the way up to Delian Springs, and it peters out basically by the fire station off of 11. But ultimately, when FDOT comes back in and redoes the Barberville intersection, it'll bring it all the way down and connect you to 40. So our network, it's an overnight success that's taken 30 years. We are really focused on trying to fill in this last gap and doing so that the Sun Trail funds can be utilized. Again, this is just the walkability from the center of our project. That center point shows you where that dog park is estimated. It's a little bit easier to see from there. It's about a 5-minute walk radius from that. We talked a little bit about traffic. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have, but the 48 additional units from a peak trip hours is about 45 or 63 other units. We are still utilizing the same driveway connections from the first phase. There was some discussion about putting it on a second driveway on the north, but to try to discourage traffic from going up that way, we've tried to prevent or tried to keep it where it was provided before. The other thought process with our acquisition with the additional 19 acres is we have the ability to connect it into our project, whereas if somebody else came in and tried to do it, more driveway connectivity, more kind of flow, and we're trying to direct that traffic down to our New York Avenue and then down to the lower portion of Grand that they can then access through the roundabout. These are basically the driveway connectivity, still providing for the turn lanes. We're still expecting that through FDOT. We had some conversations at the first step through at the county council on view corridor. We're great with that. I've just kept those slides in there so I don't lose those images when I go back to county council. Speed. So stormwater. This is the important stuff, just to kind of show you how we're utilizing this from a technical standpoint. Again, Sean is here with KCG Engineering. He's been on the peak of all the stormwater issues, both along Orange Avenue, or Orange Camp Road, trying to figure out what's going on out there with some of the pre-existing projects. And he's going to walk you through what we're doing with this site, and then we'll pull up the pictures, to show the full concept, and then happy to answer any questions. So Sean, if you'd like to come up there. Yeah.
Hi, Sean Fortier with KCG Engineering. I'm the civil engineer on the project at 1700 North Orange Avenue. So I've been working on this project for a while, and so I could talk about this for a while, but I'll try to keep it brief. It is an exciting project because of the LID component of it, so that makes me want to talk about it more as well. So first, just to talk about, before I get into what we're proposing, I just want to give a quick overview of the current drainage out there, the drainage patterns. You can see on the slide the LiDAR, which is actually the clearest way to talk about it. The western part of the project slopes away, so all those contours you see to the west slope away from us. On the south end of the west, there's an existing smaller industrial facility, but the rest of it's undeveloped. You have the train tracks west of that. There's a culvert or two going underneath the train tracks, and then ultimately end up in the St. Johns River. To the north is that facility he was referring to, which actually slopes down into that facility. So there's no flow coming from that facility onto our property. To the south is State Road 44, and beyond that is the Pelham Square project. Southeast corner there, that's the gas station. On the east side of the property, which is where we spent most of our time, is Grand Avenue. And then just east of Grand Avenue, there's a few homes over there. Most of that property, those contours are actually going away from our property. Grand is kind of a basin divide. There's some depressions over there, some smaller ones. So again, most of our time was spent on that side of the property because Grand was our focus. Internal to the project, you can see it's marked by 3 depressions really. The most notable ones is the one in the northwest corner. The one in the northwest corner actually, when it overflows, based on the contours in our survey, we did a full survey on this as well. It looks like it goes to the west towards the St. Johns River, and then we have the big central one on the east side. And as you can see from the contours on that one, those contours do go up into that north property. So I'll get into it more later, but having that north property definitely helps with this design immensely because we can fully encapsulate that depression now and use it to our benefit. So I'll get more into that in a minute. Getting into the proposed design now. Do I go up or down on this? Yeah, that's a good one. Leave it. Well, yeah, that one works. We'll just leave it on that one. So, before I get into the components here, I'll just state that we did, as we worked on our stormwater calculations, we did incorporate the new code that you guys recently adopted. We have we did additional borings per pond. We already had at least one, sometimes already had 2 per pond, but now we have 2 for every pond. We are incorporating the 6 inches above the estimated seasonal high water table for our starting water elevation. We're trying to avoid raising ponds or putting raised ponds on the perimeter so they're cut into the natural ground, not raised. We're not creating impoundments on the perimeter of the project. But one of the things we were trying to do was trying to mimic existing conditions as much as possible. And one of those things is to put your stormwater features where there's already existing low points. It's one of the reasons why you see the road kind of bend around like it's doing, because there was an existing low point in that northwest corner. And by utilizing the same places, we're putting water in the ground where water's already going in the ground. And then you combine that with the LID swales that we're adding throughout, and we're trying to mimic existing conditions as much as possible. So the site is made up of those LID swales and rain gardens, along with some traditional looking ponds, although they will be landscaped and enhanced. We're trying to utilize natural depression areas wherever we can, and I'll talk about that more in a second. And then we're utilizing the wetland on the east side, which is a part of a bigger natural depression as well. Most of again, putting the pond in the low areas does mimic the existing conditions, but then most of our flow is going through one of these LID systems before it gets to one of those natural depressions. And again, it increases the infiltration throughout your site instead of just dumping all the water in one single point. And then there's also a few other smaller depressions that are kind of softly highlighted on this exhibit that we're going to utilize as well because they're there, and I'd rather keep trees there and utilize what's there. Which is one of also the benefits of utilizing the natural depressions is we don't have to clear trees to build a pond. We have something that's already there functioning as stormwater retention, but it's naturally vegetated and looks a lot better than a pond. So, going back to the north property, you can see that there is a pond we're showing up there, but by adding that north property, it did allow us to completely utilize that wetland and the larger depression that it is, which helped to save a lot of trees and create a real amenity on this project. And it also allowed us, because it is a large depression, we're storing water far beyond what the minimum stormwater requirements will be. Now to utilize that wetland, it is difficult. You can't just dump stormwater in a wetland and say it's a stormwater pond. Fortunately, we've done this quite a bit, and we just did one recently, which Michael will show you in some pictures. So we have some good data on these types of things. But one of the things you have to do is you have to establish the hydro period of a wetland, which basically is trying to determine the yearly fluctuations of a wetland because you don't want to overhydrate or underhydrate it. You want it to stay healthy. To do that, we do it a couple different ways. One is we have an environmental consultant, biologist, go out and set pins in the ground where he thinks the water gets up to on a yearly basis. We then survey those pins to get an average elevation. We then take and we model that wetland with all the offsite basins going into it, on-site basins, off-site basins, and figure out how much that water stages up to in the existing condition. Then we compare that to the pins, and if it's close, then we know we have a good model. We then have to model the proposed condition, and we need to stay within a certain range of what that existing was, because again, we don't want to overhydrate it or underhydrate it. And then the other thing is we have to treat all water before it goes into it, meaning no water can be directly discharged to that wetland. We have to run it through our swales and our system and do calculations on that before it goes to that wetland. So all that to say, you know, it does take a little bit more engineering than just building what people call a big ugly retention pond. So, you know, as you can see on the screen, you can see some ponds. I'll real quick say that since we've had more time on this, you know, that system worked. We fully engineered that system, but we've had time to not put the pencil down, and we've kept making it better and better. So as an example, the big blue square kind of on the east side, north of the wetland, we're trying to actually eliminate that and expand our LID swales to fully treat the water so we can fully utilize the depression that is the wetland just south of that. By doing that, we are able to save even more trees, which again becomes a feature. And and just to focus on that for more, I'll give you some quick elevations so you can show we've been working quite a bit on this. So Grand is around elevation 35 at its lowest point adjacent to our property. That wetland, which is again been our focus, the bottom of that wetland is around elevation 20.2. So there's actually 15 feet of storage in there currently. I actually went out there this morning just to see. There's a little bit of water, but not much, so you essentially have about 15 feet of storage in that depression, which goes up into the north property. Modeling the mean annual storm, it came out to 22.5, so again, quite a bit lower than Grand. The hydro pins that we set were 22.3, so that's good because 22.5 to 22.3, that's essentially the same in engineering for that type of thing. The mean annual storm, which we modeled, and it was a very conservative model, which I'll tell you the reasons in a second. We modeled that wetland with all the homes going to it, going through the LID swales first, and it comes out to 23.2, which is about 7/10 higher than our existing model. So that is well within any tolerance for keeping that wetland healthy. In fact, it'll probably be more healthy because it does look a little dry at the moment. Then we modeled the 100-year storm, and it came out to 30.3. Again, a very conservative model, which I'll go over the reasons why it's conservative in a second. 30.3, which is over 5 feet, about 5 feet lower than Grand Avenue. So the reasons it's conservative is because we didn't run infiltration during storm. We just took the straight up volumes coming from the site and put it in that hole. There's always going to be infiltration during storm, so that 30.3 for a 100-year storm will not be 30.3. Secondly, we are starting water elevation 6 inches higher per your new code, which makes it conservative, and I'm good with that. And then the last thing is Pelham Square to the south. There's about 13 to 14 acres that in the existing condition we think flow onto our property. Now some of it gets captured by some small depressions, but we ignored those in our model. We assumed it all went to that wetland. The Pelham project ultimately will contain all their stormwater and won't have any discharge to us. So that's going to be 14 less acres going to that depression when all said and done. But our model currently has that in it. So that 30.3, 5 feet lower than Grand, it still has that volume going to it in our calculations. Then the last thing I want to do to make this even more conservative is we have no model that would show this emergency overflow ever having water going over it. But because we had a portion of our project that discharged to the west and there's nothing to our west, I'd like to, if I can, I'll try to do this, but get an emergency overflow somewhere on our west side of our project that basically allows the central depression, if it ever got up to, you know, close to Grand's elevation, it's going to overflow and go to the west before it ever touched Grand. Our goal is to make it bulletproof, you know, so we're very conservative on our design, and then if there's some crazy storm event that's, you know, 10 times bigger than a 100 event, which hasn't happened, it still won't touch Grand, hopefully. So then because we did this with a central wetland and really made it part of our design, and there's a lot of good trees in that area as well, we, as Michael was talking about, we wanted to minitize it similar to another project we did, but in my opinion, this one's taken what we've learned and made it even better. So it will be a feature of the project, and you'll see in the pictures why, because going out there, I was actually surprised how nice these things come out when you use a wetland for your main amenity and use it for stormwater. So with that, I'll turn it back over to Michael and let him show you some pretty pictures.
So I'll be very brief here,
Okay.
Chair. And mainly what I want to reiterate to you is we are very fortunate with this site that LID is able to be utilized in the way that it is. The contours are helping out. We have wetlands within which to work. We have a large enough size, and we've got a team that has the familiarity with it. It is not the end-all be-all for all projects. If you have a high and dry project, you may be able to incorporate some LID, but I think we are going to show you what we think is a really, really good. I want to measure your expectations that not all projects are just going to have the elbow room and the ability to kind of deal with this. But we think this project will be able to take what we did for the larger project over in DeLand at Trinity Gardens. But so also to emphasize, in incorporating this, he just hit a lot of numbers at you, right? It is a much more complicated engineering exercise. It's a much more complicated reviewing exercise. It's a much more complicated management and maintenance exercise. So just keep that in the back of your mind. You guys are on this planning board. You deal with a lot of these projects. Just realize the full scope of what is being asked of when we implement this on other projects too. Okay. So this is phase 1 of Trinity Gardens. To give you a frame of reference, this is an old photo in 2021. The yellow road on the right-hand side is Kepler MLK, just south of State Road 44, where we are going to have a brand new roundabout. The cleared out area there in the bottom of the screen, that is the Beresford extension, and that's going to run from MLK west to Blue Lake Avenue. That is currently under construction as well, and you'll see that there is some asphalt in here, but as of 2021, it wasn't there. If you also see the cleared area kind of on the north side of that cleared area on the bottom, that's where the multimodal trail is going in for this project. It's about 0.8 of a mile running along the north side of the Beresford extension. It will ultimately help connect to the property that the county and the city bought from the Fords for the park down a little bit southeast on Kepler. Frame of reference, there's a square pond that is a county right-of-way stormwater retention pond. You'll see how that looks in real life. And then you can see clearly both a dried out wetland and then an even more dried out wetland in our area. And I'll show you how we incorporated this into our project. So this is basically phase 1 of Trinity Gardens. This is the roadway on the bottom of your screen. That's Kepler MLK. The driveway on the right-hand side is our entrance, and kind of frame of reference, right where it says Trinity Gardens, that's basically where that driveway cut is. If you see in the top left corner is a little car, that's the first bit of pavement for the Beresford extension. So you have your frame of reference. So that pond in the top left corner of your picture, that is your county retention pond. And then what you have here, I'm going to toggle back and forth. I want you to focus first on the foreground, the kind of reverse D shape, the little small pond, and then obviously all the wetlands. Here's a better kind of view of how it kind of gets staggered through for the project. Obviously you have a big pond there for volume and attenuation, and obviously built to hold a great deal of water. You have a step down to a smaller, also engineered pond. Again, Sean had kind of talked about, you can't discharge anything directly into the wetlands, but then you are able to transition that into the wetland area after it sits. Same picture or same location, but just now showing how a traditional pond steps in and goes into the wetland area right there. And then this is to kind of show now how do you incorporate the units and the building footprint in there. So again, from a frame of reference, top of the picture, dead center is the intersection of Beresford and MLK. MLK is running from the left corner to the right. The clear dirt area, the very top of the property, that's the Paytas project on the south side of Beresford. And what you can see in the foreground is the first bit of residential units in our project for phase 1. And then kind of in the background, there's that little loop. We'll show what that looks like, but we have units that go in there and then along the backside of Beresford. I want you to kind of focus in here, and you have your building footprint. You've got landscaping, obviously, the traditional landscape that you would have for a subdivision, but then the vegetative trail that runs through, and you can see the transition between engineered pond, wetland. You have another engineered pond in between there, wetland, and then the trails walking through there. This is, again, showing, we're going to zoom more into this footprint there, but again, wetland area, wetland buffers, engineered pond, they all kind of work in conjunction, bringing the trails into the area, and then you have some hardscape there. With this picture, we're going to come from the other angle as well, but you can now see the back of where the units are going to be in the bottom right corner. You see the vegetative trail that goes through, The engineered pond, obviously, you can see from the moisture and where the grass has been planted, where it can go up to and drop down to. And then you see the trails that go into a more traditional amenitized area and then into the more, naturalized wetland area. And this, I think, gives a really good idea of what our focus was on that phase one. So you see improvements and homes that will come through on the bottom of the screen. The left is again, that little pad that we saw first. Our entrance is on the far left off screen. And then you've got, in the heart of it, wetlands, tree preservation, and stormwater all kind of working together for an amenity. This is what it kind of looks like on the ground. And when I talked about the bioswale entering off of State Road 44 for our project, that's effectively what you're looking for, is like an engineered trail. The rocks are there to handle water. There is a weir underneath that trail path so that as water fills in, it can flow into the weir and get conducted over to some of the other ponds. This is that same view or aerial view, so you can see that trail. And as you travel north on the screen into the more vegetated area, this is kind of the end-all be-all of what we're trying to do with the LID. You've got traditional wetland areas on either side, and then you have a engineered area in between there. Also, we'll have a weir, but that's one of the situations where the bioswale is wetter and is allowed to have that capacity. And then as that fills up, it'll fill into that weir and discharge into some of the other wetland areas. But then you're able to walk through as a pedestrian onto that trail and go through. And then at the top left corner, you see one of the more traditional stormwater ponds. So it's all working in conjunction. And then here, just as you have with any stormwater pond, you can see this is kind of fairly new construction. You have a retaining wall, because I think that goes into the back of one of the units. And then obviously the sod and grass, but you see all the trees that we're able to preserve and the natural that are there on day one. But you will have some engineered stuff that is going to take time. That grass will grow through and continue on to full grow out. But this is what the winning thing is, right? Day one, when you move into the subdivision, because we're able to incorporate open space with stormwater, this is the view on the property. You can kind of see, if you squint in the far back, that's Kepler, MLK in the far distance there. So that's a view from one of the retention ponds. It's better for kind of the environmental and our stormwater capacity, but it's also from our standpoint. And again, this is why not every project works. You need to have that on premises to be able to amenitize it. But that's day one for the folks that move in on the Trinity Gardens. And we expect to be able to do this, if not more, on the current project. But this is what LID, when it's working the right way, this is what it's supposed to look like. So I really appreciate your patience with this, but there's a lot moving on with this. We're very proud of this project, and we have been, I'm very remiss to say, we have been in constant conversation with staff, both planning and environmental, working through with them, asking questions as NRAC was working through the guidelines, as the LID standards for, what does this definition mean? How do we use this? What does this count for? They've been gracious in helping us this whole way through, and we're really excited to get this implemented on 44 and Grand. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Woods. I was wondering, my first concern with the first project was how was you going to address that 19 acres? And I see, that's what I meant when you come forward. I see how you address that, because that was my concern because of the topography leading towards that way. Ms. Bush, you had a question?
Yeah, I actually have a few questions. You can put the site plan back up.
Sure.
Being as somebody that works in transportation planning, I'm not a fan of stub outs, especially stub outs to nowhere. Any one of those site plans would have worked.
Oh, did I go past? I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Okay, yep.
Sure.
The connectivity designs, right?
Right. Well, you've got, my first question is, are you planning those stub outs to the west and I guess the northwest to a future development project?
Not for us. It's, well, and Sean, you may be able to talk to this, but go ahead.
Well, real quick, that north one we got rid of, so it's not there anymore. So, because there will be no connection to the north. So we left when they told us they didn't want that connection, instead of just adding a lot there, it was a perfect opportunity to build a nice park, a sidewalk connection. So that'll be an HOA owned track now, not a roadway connection. So there's no roadway connection to the north. There is one to the west.
Well, I was talking about the stub out that was like on the northwest corner, not necessarily, yeah.
That one that goes
That's like on the
west,
jog there.
that's just because there's a couple homes right there.
Understood.
It dead ends on the pond, so there won't be any future connections there.
Right, and same thing with the one that's running east-west. You've got the cul-de-sac on one side, which I absolutely despise cul-de-sacs, and then you have the stub out to the retention pond that would never connect to anything in the future.
There's no right of way there for them to continue those roads.
I understand that, but if there were to be a development that came in the future, you could ostensibly connect those.
It would be hard because once this gets platted, those parcels are going to be owned by the HOA, so they couldn't.
Well, you could plat it so that it could be a future connection.
Well, let me.
We're not planning to.
Yeah, let me address that. So the stub out. Let's talk about the northern strip there for the roadway. We had provisions for potential connectivity to the north into the power line easement. That was nixed, even for like emergency crash gate or whatever. So that's why you've got that as being kind of our focal point for the bike trail location. The lack of connectivity on the northeast quadrant. One, we're not trying to traipse through on the trail and connection, but that's to limit our connectivity onto Grand, just to limit our driveway access. On the west side, we are providing that at the request of the county staff, good interconnectivity, both for that left area and then for the jog out on the north. But the design for it to be kind of like a hammerhead is more to accommodate the ability for navigation into the driveways of the homes there,
Right,
less
for
about
fire.
actual connection.
Yeah,
The
I understand.
likelihood of that actually being connected to any of the adjacent property, it's still a possibility, but it's not a likelihood. And so it's been designed under staff's recommendation for that.
Okay. So I understand why then you're not able, well, being in this business, I get what you're telling me, right? But what I'm asking for is for you to make those considerations so that you can have that connectivity in the future, because drawing people to the roundabout and to that southern side of the property, your traffic impact is much greater onto those two major thoroughfares than if you were to, vary it out to the other different access points. So as much as I hate trail crossings for road right-of-way, that's my job. I would hate to see a cul-de-sac there and not have that connectivity. Now, I did see that you have a potential mulch trail. I do have comments about using mulch as that surface because it's not great for cyclists necessarily, especially if you're trying to be able to get from that home to that trail. Thinking about kids trying to ride their bikes to school, right? That's difficult. So maybe consider paving that or doing some kind of ADA stabilized surface in order for them to connect there, or at least provide some type of better connection in order for that resident to go from those northern homes to access Grand Avenue on the west side or east side.
We do have asphalt connectivity at least 2 points, obviously where the roadway kind of connects, and then on the north.
Right.
The limitation of the mulch trail is because of the stormwater attenuation park under the LID standards is to minimize that amount of impervious, non-vegetative stuff. That's kind of the encouragement for that. But we still want to make sure that you're on a bike, you can get on there without having to clip out and step into dirt, mulch, whatever. You can still access the trail.
Kids aren't clipping in. But my point is that there are other pervious surfaces that you guys could explore in order to stabilize that so that, everybody could utilize those pathways.
So the one on that end of that cul-de-sac is on our other plan. It doesn't show up differently on this one, but on our other site plan, we do designate that one differently than the other ones because it is considered the vegetated, I forgot the term. You see it's blue on there. It's not the brown path. So it has to be pervious, but we didn't define what that pervious is yet. So it's something we can look into because that makes sense. There's a trail there.
Mm-hmm.
So to do something more stable than mulch makes sense.
And if you're not willing and able to provide vehicular access, then at least provide an active transportation network to connect to that trail for people that are more than just walking.
Right.
There's a lot of rollable devices these days, wheelchairs, moms with strollers. I hate taking my stroller over mulch.
Right.
And if I'm trying to access a trail and I live in one of those homes, that's going to be very difficult for me to do
It's something
so.
to look into because obviously rocks don't always work good on strollers too, but there's things like cocaine and things like that that are still pervious but stable.
Yeah, there's other subsurfaces or surfaces that you can use. I also noticed in your example, and I don't know, have you done a tree survey? I'm assuming you have, and note the species of trees, because pine trees hate getting their feet wet. And in the project that you showed, there's a lot of wet pine, and they will die eventually. So I know that you tout that you're keeping a lot of these existing species and these existing trees, but if they're not going to have a longevity because they're not in an environment in which they can thrive, then at what point are you going to come in as the HOA? Maybe this goes into the covenants, but replanting the material with maybe a species that does like having their feet wet.
Yeah, so the pine trees are kind of strange in that they're more tolerant than oak trees will die pretty quick.
It depends on the species.
Right. But we do find that most of we have pine trees in the middle, like that Trinity Gardens one. It was wet with pine trees in the middle. So as long as it dries out, sometimes the pine trees are okay. With that being said, that is something, me and the landscape, I'm not the landscape architect, but we've already talked about, I want to make that wetland look better somehow, enhance it somehow. So if we could, the plantings in that area to add stuff to it, like cypress trees and those sort of things it would go a long way. So if those few pine trees die, there's something else that's growing in its place.
Right. Understood.
Mr. Ashley, you had a question or a comment?
I just want to bring a comment. There's about the connectivity. That is something from our land development code that we do require for subdivisions to interconnect with other projects when they can, especially when we're dealing with a property that's on 2 thoroughfare roadways, to minimize the number of cuts and provide for first responder accessibility from one project to another. Another good reason for this particular future interconnection, if something were to happen to the west, because there is still residential property before you get to the industrial area, which is Martin Marietta on the railroad, is the fact that this section of 44 kind of ends with the bridge. So there is a narrow amount of frontage along that roadway. So if there's, imagine in the future, we are looking at a driveway connection for the industrial area, it may be allowed for a connection maybe for the rest of the property, that may go residential, but because of the incline of the bridge to go over the railroad tracks, some traffic, if it could come through this proposed project, that helps eliminate left turn conflicts that would probably occur because of the limited frontage and with the angle of the elevation as the roadway of 44 goes up and over the railroad track. So, and those are some of the elements we look at through the site development process, and that's why the Land Development Code looks for those interconnection, provide for alternate means of access points and distribution of trips created by these developments as well. Thank you. That's all I had.
Mr. Bush?
Yep.
Thank you for that explanation. And I figured that was in the code at some place, and that wouldn't necessarily be on you all. That would be on the property coming in and developing in the future.
If you look at the stubs of those 2 roads where the light green is, that does, even though it won't be paved by us, that is dedicated as part of right-of-way. That's why it's not included in the buffer
tree
area.
preservation.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Understood. And I just wanted to make sure that, like I said, was put into the plat so that those future connections could be made. Like I said, not a fan of how you've configured the north side specifically, the stub out to the stormwater pond and the cul-de-sac, but I understand you're trying to get the density that you need in order to make the project pencil. I appreciate the connection to the commercial property, that somebody doesn't have to go out onto New York or to Grand to access, and I'm assuming that there's a stub out, I think, on the commercial property that will connect to the gas station so that there's connections in between.
Yes, and there's access via this property through an easement already. The commercial is there, one, to provide the elbow room if the gas station ever redevelops. What we did not want to do was necessarily encapsulate it. We don't have any contact with them or connection point, but having seen older gas stations not have the elbow room to grow, then they become basically the corporations abandon them, they go to the local, and then the quality sometimes deteriorates a little bit. We wanted to at least give the opportunity for the redevelopment there. Any of that kind of development is anticipating very limited access off of 44 and utilizing that stub out probably for like a rear load access point with a roadway kind of running along through the commercial area.
Okay, that makes sense. I did want to mention, you mentioned that the SunTrail funding cannot be used for acquisition. That's not true. You cannot do eminent domain for trails.
That's what I was meaning.
But SunTrail funding can be used for the purchase of property. But again, that eats into your construction and design costs that you want to use for SunTrail funding. I did want to ask, and I don't know if this, and I think that this is an allowance within SunTrail, but I'm not 100% sure. I saw that Volusia County is going to construct it. In my experience, sometimes it's better when the developer constructs it and gets the fees paid back in reimbursement, because you're already moving dirt, and it actually is a cost savings and a cost benefit to the residents and the county. Has that been explored?
Do you want to? We've gone through all the iterations. I think the concept that you're kind of mentioning, us doing the construction for reimbursement, I know that from just the impact fees alone would not be able to kind of cover the full cost. And I think there is some elements, and I don't want to speak for Road and Bridge who would be doing the construction, but I think they kind of like to control their domain when they're constructing it. That's still moving forward. We're trying to be as flexible as possible. And we've really, one of the big friction points, or one of the things that had us concerned, is this kind of took a little bit of a pause as we waited for the LID to kind of catch up, because we were ahead of it. Then we heard the LID was coming through, so we're like, okay, let's hold off. As we waited, state's still coming through. Like they're under their time constraint for their grant, and so we've been in contact with that department at the county just to make sure that they don't lose anything for a delay. So we've been kind of filling them in on what our likelihood of alignment is. It's amazing how many different individual departments at the county end up being involved with that, because even who ends up building it doesn't maintain it. And that coordination, the county's been doing a good job, but it's like we're all beholden to the DOT funds, or the SunTrail funds, making sure that we meet the letter of it and meet the deadlines for that too. And we've been busting our butts trying to keep that so that there's no challenge with that.
So the funds have been provided for this project already. You're
think
not
you guys-
going after the funds.
No, I think they've got
Been secured.
engineering and construction funds now, right?
Yeah, the engineer that's doing it's actually, we've been in contact with them already. They're pretty far ahead on this project. They've been itching for us to finalize our design so they can finalize theirs. So they're probably going to be ahead of us. I don't think they'd want to wait.
Okay. So understood. But I appreciate the amenities that you're providing. That's something that's lacking on the entire SunTrail network. As someone that works on that, will you be doing any type of signage or working with the county to install signage?
Yeah, and that's part of it, both along the bike trail and within that stormwater treatment facility. There's signage in there for both vegetation and educational kind of opportunities. I think it's a good opportunity for the county, although it gets, anytime they have anything posted, and then it's prior restraint and communication and conversation. But this is a nice little stretch of property that you could do something kind of unique before you get to 44. So.
And if I could advocate it for it to be within the hammock of your property, that's what I would prefer. The county already maintains several stretches that are within heavily wooded sections, and it's better used, especially during months like this, versus it just being road adjacent. We're really trying to steer away from that, and the SunTrail funding as well prefers this, since they combine that with conservation in the last legislation cycle. So thank you for all of that.
Absolutely.
Okay, any other questions for the applicant? I had a couple for the engineer here. Your reclaimed water pond, do you have one of those on site?
Not at the moment. It's all dry ponds on this at the moment, besides the
Okay.
wetland, which will be wet.
Have you got a consumption permit yet from the city?
Not yet. We've been working with the city loosely because we haven't got into that part of the engineering yet.
Okay, so when you do your stormwater calculations, do you consider the reclamation ponds and especially in the event if they're not lined?
Right.
Do you ever consider that?
We've only done one reclaimed pond in the city, and it was lined. So if they did have us do one, which they haven't indicated that, in the last few projects we did with the city, that they did not have us add a reclaimed pond. If they later in the game did that, we would line it, because I don't want, you spend a lot of money on reclaim that you're not using. So
Okay, because there's a belief in some of the areas that we're having issues.
I'm well aware of that, yes.
Okay, you're very aware of that. So my concern is the amount that you're going to have to bring back to this development site, and it be at least being calculated into your stormwater, especially if it's not a lined pond. And if you're not required to have one, what we need to know is where does the city plan on putting this reclaimed water? Because each one of these units here is going to produce anywhere from 200 to 300 gallons a day.
So the city's reclaim system was on the part of town that has all the reclaim ponds. It didn't struggle with the volume, it struggled with the flow rate. So the reclaim ponds help buffer that because they can pump from those ponds. My understanding is this spot doesn't have that issue. A lot of cities, municipalities don't need to do the reclaim ponds to provide the pressure. That the city's own pumps can do that for them. So our hope would be that this project would be in one of those situations.
Okay.
If we need to do one, then it's going to be lined.
Well, see, this is what the city's having a problem with is during high rain events, they need storage for their reclaimed water. Because of the restrictions that they're under, that they can't do any open water distribution after a certain period of time.
Right.
So they can't send it to St. John's, they can't send it to the Halifax or whatever, but they have to either store it or use it, like you said.
Right.
So in your consumption permit, I would like to see in your calculations for your stormwater to at least include the consumption permit from the city, so you'll know what you have to do as far as storage. And if not, we need to know, not necessarily you, where that water is going that is being consumed by each one of these homes, because we don't want it to be we don't want other areas to be a dumping ground for the reclaimed water.
Right.
And during high rain events when they have to distribute it somewhere.
So in general, so those are the rapid infiltration basins you're referring to. If you have a pond that's whole purpose in life is to infiltrate reclaimed water, they couldn't use our stormwater pond to do that unless it was permitted as that.
That's why I'm asking.
Right.
I didn't see one on there.
No, so they don't. There's no proposed rapid infiltration basin on this project, so they couldn't do that with this project unless they made us do it. But at this point, they've never said. I've never asked the question, "Do you want one on there?" So I want to beg the question, but they've not said they want to put one on our project. So
that's where the breakdown in communication is between the county and the cities are on these reclaimed ponds. But I believe it's a problem. I mean, especially if these are not lime ponds, because the problems that we're having in other areas.
Right.
So, all right. Do we have any other? We do have some public participation forums. Okay. I'll let them speak and give you a chance for rebuttal. Okay, Miss Amy Rehang. Could I get your name and address for the record? And could I get a time clock, please?
My name's Amy Rarig. I live at 251 Grand Avenue, DeLand, Florida.
Okay. You had a comment you would like to make?
Yeah, just real quick. I just want to say that I know this whole project's in motion. The eyes are probably ready to be given out real fast here. I know you're all very excited about this project, but as one of the homeowners who lives in the midst between all of this chaos, I can tell you that I have a lot of concerns. I have Grandview behind me that they developed. Very dense population. Houses are very close together. Retention ponds. Now directly across the street is this coming, and then to the right, on the left on the other side of the roundabout is all clear cut and more houses. My concern isn't necessarily the development, it's the density and it's flooding. We've always been high and dry, never had a water issue there in the 30 years I've lived there. And I know a lot of other DeLandites who are local natives, have been in their homes for years, never had any water, always were high and dry, until these developments came around their homes. And now they're flooding, and now they have issue. I heard all of the reports made by the engineer, and I appreciate all of that knowledge, but I don't think he really knows what's going to happen. I don't think it's been tried. So I just want to be here to put on the record that I have always been high and dry. I have never had flooding. And if I do, you are on notice. And that's all I'm here to say. The other thing I want to say, I heard you questioning people putting in sheds about if they're going to remove a tree. And they're completely cutting down every historical oak tree in the area, and no one's concerned, but a homeowner wants to remove a tree to put a shed in, and it's an issue. I just don't get it. So that's all I wanted to say, but you are on notice. If I flood, the county will be in trouble. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jeffrey Ring? Could I get your name and address for the record, sir?
Jeff Rarick, 271 Grand Avenue, DeLand. Yeah, I live right on Grand Avenue there, right in between all this chaos going on right now. There are 3 issues that I'm a little concerned about. Well, 2 of them a little, traffic and noise. I mean, I just heard them talking about that now. I think in the beginning they said there was a traffic study in progress. So I'm not sure how this is all moving forward so fast if they're doing a study. I may be wrong there, but obviously there's going to be a lot of traffic, much more. I mean, you got the dump there. I forget the name of it, but there's a lot of traffic from that right there alone. And of course the noise with all those trucks, and you got the Volusia Mall behind us, mall place behind us, and that's crazy with all the noise there. And this is going to definitely add to it. My main concern though is the water. I heard a lot of talk about water here, and rightfully so. And behind me, the Grandview development they just put in right behind me, I already see the runoff. They built up 5, 6, 7 feet in the southwest corner, which is right behind me. Now, granted, everything else, it flows down this big, huge hole they dug there and works out nice, but they didn't take into consideration one corner of it, which leads down to all the houses, you know, the few houses that are on Grandview right there. And I already see the difference in the past few rainfalls of that water rushing through my property. Now, I did hear them say that they're going to try to make all the water go west and stay away from Grand, and that would be great. I hope they do. But they probably hope to do it behind me too and not affect anybody, and they did. So I'm concerned about that. And then the other thing, as far as the water goes, is, I mean, with that dump right there, now, I don't know if it's going to be an issue or not, but there's going to be a lot of runoff, and I don't know how that's going to, going down into the ground, into the, over there where the dump, where everything's, I know it's only construction material and yard waste and stuff like that, but I'm sure there's a big hole there and then filling up, and so that's a concern there. I don't know if that was looked into or not.
All right, I'm going to have them come back up and hopefully answer some of your concerns. Unfortunately, your 3 minutes are up,
All
sir.
right,
Thank you. Thank you for your comments, though. Do we have any other public participation forms for this case?
No, sir.
Okay. Mr. Woods, would you like a rebuttal?
Yes, first and foremost, I appreciate their comments. You know, the design and growth pattern on the east side of Grand Avenue, we had talked about this before, the first kind of go around. They do have, it's an older development pattern of almost flag lots, right? So they get a similar density, but it's not from a platted subdivisions, most of them out there, I believe, are unrecorded exempt subdivisions, so the infrastructure's not there. But they have done pretty well in years past. But you basically have a row of houses directly on Grand, and then behind that on a flagged driveway, they connect through there. I can't speak to the Grand View on the back side there and what the situation's going on with that. I just know that with Sean's exercises and the amount of caution above and beyond required by code for the volumetric calculations and the assumptions being made, these are the projects that are trying to take the lessons from what we've had to go through for the last couple of years to try to see and make sure everything works through. With respect to traffic, we had talked a little bit about that. Again, that first go around, particularly with the dump trucks coming off of the C&D site. That's again one of our efforts to try to limit our access points on the driveway aisle to try to, it's kind of a catch-22. Like, I prefer connectivity, but we're also trying to steer traffic away from those residents that are there. We're trying to steer away the volume of, any conflict, interference, conflict with the existing driveways there, whether it's bicycle or car. And then from the build up, I think what you see, and again, the focus for our overall project is all of our development, our lot development really is focused, oh, that's not my picture anymore. It's focused on the west side of that project area there. So we are really trying to pull our development off of Grand as best that we can. If you have any other specific questions, I'm happy to try to answer them. Or again, Sean's here too. We appreciate your time today.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Woods. Ms. Craig,
I have a question before we go. This site plan, is there
is your microphone on, Ms. Craig?
Sorry. Is there any way we can see a side-by-side of the previous,
Yeah. Hold on, let me, can you pull up my PowerPoint? Thank you.
we all want to live there.
That's going to be my retirement. Yeah, right. Okie dokie. All right. Let me find where we've got that. Okay. So this is the approved project, and you can kind of see.
The current version.
And then this is what our proposal is. So the driveway access point remains the same, so that roadway coming off of Grand is the same, but you can kind of see how we've stretched out onto the north side. If you want like a frame of reference for one-to-one.
I'd like to see them side by side because I'm having trouble.
I don't have a toggle for that.
Is that oriented the same?
Yes. So to kind of give you a reference point, look at the western boundary.
Right.
Run all the way to the top of the western boundary, the farthest most point northwest, where there's to the left side of the screen.
You could say take the dog park and cut a line across it right there. That's the old layout. Everything south of that, for the most part.
Okay. So if you see the black line running through the project,
Right.
Yes.
that's part of the first phase.
That's roughly where that first development.
Yeah, that
first
corner
site
right
was
there,
off.
right where the toggle is, right there with the arrow.
Okay.
Look at that intersection, that angle, and that angle is where it stubs off right there. So we just picked up so right where that triangle goes up is right there. So anything north of that line is the new, and anything south is the existing.
Switch to the other one again.
Yep.
Okay. I wish I could see them side by side, but
Hold on, I might have a printout. When in doubt, paper, right?
I love paper.
Ms. Craig, does this work for you?
Yeah, that's better. Thank you. Thank you. Well, I think one of the objections that we had previously was the density, and although it has gone down, it's still, that's a lot. But at any rate, thank you very much.
Well, I appreciate it. And just to kind of respond to that is the other difficult balance on all of this with the LID is making sure that the overall yield on the residential can support the costs for the enhanced kind of project. We were very mindful of trying not to push the bounds. I think we were very happy to be able to come in with a reduced density overall because we were aware of that conversation. But ultimately, at the end of the day, doing the design like this takes much more time and much more effort than the big ugly ponds. And so if it's too low of a density, it becomes, you discourage the ability for somebody to be able to do the LID development standards. So there is a little bit of a balance there. Again, with the 2.74, whatever we end up with, in the proximity to the Sunrail station to the south by about a mile and a quarter, we think we're not pushing the limits. And I've said this before, and I think when I was before you here on Wolfhart's project to the south, I thought that density over time, we'd be thinking that that should have been higher than what that was. Now it's a big transition, but from a functionality standpoint and the success of that Sunrail station, at least to the south there, you would think that that would be there. But for us here, staying within the ULI, not pushing for a urban medium intensity and trying to stay with the size lots that we have and not trying to push the limits on that too. We've tried to be respectful for everyone. The other element too is, again, knowing what's across the street and at their density. And I think we did an exercise with that the first go through that, again, they don't have stormwater, they don't have sidewalks, they don't have all the other stuff, but their functional density is not that much less than what we're kind of coming through. But we can't develop that way, and we've been trying to limit kind of our impacts to them by pulling our residential kind of away from them and keeping that screening so that they don't necessarily have to kind of, from a visual standpoint, provide that. So all that is to say, I appreciate your concern. We're trying to balance it and not overextend ourselves, but still make a project as viable.
Okay. Any other questions for the applicant? Okay, we're going to close the floor for public participation and open up for commission discussion or a motion. I understand the citizens' concerns, I really do, but one of the things that I look at from my point of view is the hydraulic issue of the water coming back, whether it be from reclaimed water or from the storm water. And from the original concept that we approved, or that has been approved, I think this would address that more than hinder it. And as far as the development in the area, the density, I looked, when we looked at this, first originally looked at this, I looked at the development to the south of 44, and it was just, it's obvious that eventually this density probably would occur here, whether it be done by annexation to the cities. And so, I mean, I'd like for to run through the county, that way we do have some sort of control as far as what actually the PUD will eventually look like. So I think this is going to be a plus to the original one, not saying that I'm not a big fan on high density developments in the area either, but you know, if they're going to be somewhere, they need to be done correctly, and that's where I'm at with this one. Any other comments or motion? Ms. Bush?
Go ahead.
If you want to make the motion first, and then I can comment after, that's fine.
You can make the motion. I don't care. Okay. Do you want me to, we'll vote on them separately?
Yeah, you'll read it
Okay.
in. We'll do
Case
the
number
CPA first.
CPA 25-003, move to approve, and I don't believe there's any staff comments or conditions.
Not for the comp plan amendment, just that
Right,
you find it consistent and forward to county council with recommendation to approval and extend it to the Volusia Growth Management Commission.
I just wanted to make sure.
Okay. Do we have a second on that?
I'll second.
Okay. concerning CPA 25003 that we find the future land use amendment consistent with the comprehensive plan and forward the application case number CPA 25005 to the County Council with a recommendation of approval to transmit to the Florida Department of Commerce for expedited state review and to the Volusia Growth Management Commission for certification. From Ms. Shelley and a second from Ms. Bush. Any discussion on the motion?
I do. Yes, thank you, Chairman. You know, I appreciate all the work that went into this to try to approach the new LID policies and implement them in a manner that has the least amount of impact on the land while, you know, you still have the project that you need to pencil. This is where I think being a land use planner, and I've talked to staff about this, having small area plans and studies done before we get proposals like this come in order to support the density and the intensive growth that will occur, especially around the Sunrail station that has come in, I think is almost truly needed, and we almost need to halt development around these areas until that's done so that residents have the opportunity to come in and look at this area and how it's going to impact them instead of doing it in a piecemeal fashion like we're doing right now, where you come in with a project and somebody else comes in with a project and we're picking these things apart individually. And you know, this is something that I've been a big, strong proponent of, is that we need to update local area plans. We need to look at where future growth is going for looking at master stormwater plans and understanding where the stormwater needs to go, and looking at the environmental impacts, because we are all impacted by this at the end of the day. So while I am in support of this project individually, I think that we as a council and as the Volusia County Council really needs to take a concerted effort to look at the densities that are proposed, or look at master planning essentially around these Sunrail stations that really warrant and need the density intensity for it to be successful. And where they've stubbed them out have, especially in Volusia County, has not been. And there's going to be a significant increase in growth because of that. And it's going to be an ad hoc type of system without looking at it from a master planning or small area scale plan. So I really feel like to help the residents be more involved in this process, to have them have a voice instead of having to come up here and fight every single one of these projects. It's not a good use of our time. It's not a good use of our resources. And I really hope that some of our councilmen are listening today to this meeting so that they can take this to consideration. And maybe that's something that we can discuss as a board, to ask council to look at these things so that we are not piecemeal approving these types of densities and intensities in communities that really don't want to see this and have no voice. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments? Okay, we got a motion on the floor. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, I'll entertain a motion for the PUD.
Yes, sir. Case number PUD-25-003. I move that be approved and be forwarded to the county council with a final action for recommendation of approval.
Do I have a second?
Yeah, I'll second.
I got a motion on the floor for Ms. Shelley for PUD 25003 to forward the rezoning application case number PUD 25005 to the county council for the final action with recommendation of approval. And a second for Mr. Sixma. Any discussion on this motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, Ms. Shelley, could I get the next case, please?
Yes, sir. Case number CPA-25-004, small-scale comprehensive plan amendment from the Osteen Urban Residential or Future Land Use designation to the Osteen Transitional TR-FLU designation.
Thank you, Ms. Shelley. And Mr. Shams, this one's yours.
Good morning. Again, this application has a separate residential. That's all right. Ms. Shelley, would you like to read the next one in the
Go ahead and read
record
that in as well,
Yes,
of
ma'am.
course. Case number Z-25-003, rezoning from the Osteen Urban Residential OUR zoning classification to the Osteen Transitional Residential OTR 1 zoning classification.
All right, thank you. To start, these two applications together did receive a letter of support that has been provided to you. The applicant is proposing a future land use change from Osteen UR to Osteen TR for the development of a maximum of 8 units. The accompanying rezoning is being heard concurrently and it's contingent on the land use change approval. This is a 3.83 acre site within the Osteen local plan and is located approximately 0.36 miles east of State Road 415. The UR future land use designation is unique. Being part of the local plan, they have their own land use designations. This designation is most similar to our urban medium intensity, which permits 4 to 8 units per acre. Though this site is within the Deltona's utility service area, the city has no plans to extend utilities to the site, so on-site treatment is required. The Department of Health requires a minimum of half-acre lots for septic, and this creates an inherent conflict, as the minimum density of UR is applied to the site. There is a minimum of 15 lots, and based on the size of the site, each lot would be approximately quarter acres in size, which is too small for septic. The proposed land use change would result in a reduction of residential density. TR's density is a maximum of 4 units an acre, which is most similar to our urban low intensity. If the site is divided into half-acre lots, the maximum yield is about 7, which is approximately 1.8 units per acre. The surrounding area is developed as large lot residential and agricultural uses, originally developed in the 1960s to 1980s. The surrounding lots range between half an acre to 1 acre, with some as large as 5 acres. The site is currently developed with a 796 square foot home that was built in 1910, but this will be removed. The request is consistent with the comprehensive plan, policies related to on-site utilities, and the Osteen local plan. Since the request is to reduce density and develop with less than 10 units, no adverse impacts to concurrency monitored facilities are expected. The City of Deltona reviewed this project as part of our joint planning agreement, and they found it consistent. Environmental permitting also reviewed and did not object. Without the future land use change, the site can simply not be developed. So overall, staff recommends forwarding the land use change to County Council with a recommendation of approval to transmit to the Florida Department of Commerce and our VGMC. And the rezoning application is very similar to the land use application. Since the site is in the Osteen local plan, the zoning classes are required to be consistent with their specific corresponding land use designations. The existing OUR zoning has a minimum lot size of 5,000 square feet, and the proposed OTR1 has a minimum lot size of 10,000 square feet. However, the applicant is proposing half-acre lots to utilize on-site septic systems. Though the site is within an OUR zoned area and is not contiguous with OTR1, most of the properties are developed in a manner more consistent with OTR1, as the lots are much larger. And based on the maps on screen, there's about a one parcel separation from our subject site to OTR1. The Osteen local plan was intended as an aspirational framework to guide future growth in Osteen. The intent was to classify areas along 415 with the most intense uses and gradually reduce intensity as one moves away from the corridor with transitional areas. The site is located in an area between the more intense Osteen Commercial Village and the less intense OTR1. However, the area did not develop as originally thought, in large part due to the lack of central utilities. So since the utilities are not available, the site must be developed with fewer larger lots to meet the minimum area requirements of septic. So as a result, the proposed rezoning is necessary. Based on recent community feedback, this model of residential development is actually preferred, as it prioritizes larger lots, is more consistent with existing homes, and has a reduced impact on traffic. So overall, staff recommends forwarding the county council with a recommendation of approval. I'm available for comment or question.
Thank you, Mr. Shams. Any questions for staff? Okay, is the applicant present?
I can just barely say good morning still. Good morning. For the record, Mark Watts with the law firm of Cobb Cole, 231 North Woodland Boulevard, DeLand, here on behalf of the applicant. And I timed it out with Mike before we came over here. My presentation is only 5 or 6 minutes longer than his, so you're safe. But no, I do want to compliment that project. I know the piecemeal nature of things sometimes is frustrating, but I think they have done just a really good job of really synthesizing a lot of the things that we've been talking about how our planning and how our growth and development maybe should be, the direction it should be going in. And I compliment Mike and Sean and their team and their client for being willing to go along with that. Got a little bit different situation here. As Stephen said, and I appreciate the staff time and work with us on this, we have a situation here where there's a minimum required density that we cannot physically develop. There is no central utilities in place. There is no plan to extend central utilities in place. And presently, the minimum number of units that are required to be built on this property, if you're building it for residential use, would be 15. 15 to 16. We have a pending right-of-way vacation for unopened right-of-way that I think will bump us right to 4 acres for this parcel. So we're simply here asking to downzone, which is not a common thing. But here, I think it is much more in keeping. If you looked at the maps that you saw in your staff materials, it is very much in keeping with, the existing lot pattern that you see kind of in this part of Osteen. Larger lots, half an acre. I think there was one as small as 0.2, but generally speaking, half an acre up to an acre, 4 or 5 acres. That's really consistent with that historic pattern of growth and development that you've seen here. The other interesting thing, and I'm speaking generally about both the land use and zoning in this, so apologize if there's any specific questions on one or the other, but I'm happy to answer those. But just out of curiosity, I went through and looked at, the differences in permitted uses between, the OUR classification and the OTR1, and they're very, very similar, but you can see the transition occur as well in those uses. So the things that we're asking you to approve getting rid of this morning: cluster and zero lot line subdivisions, general offices, and multifamily dwellings. Those are the things that are in the current list of permitted uses for the OUR classification. For the existing special exceptions that are permitted, daycare centers, group homes, health clubs and spas, medical and dental clinics, nursing homes, and pharmacies. Those are all things that are permitted currently under the existing zoning. In what we're going to, I'm just going to highlight the things that we're adding because I think they kind of tie into, Ms. Van Dam was kind enough to send a letter of support. And I think she cited to a lot of the community scoping that's gone on recently, both on the private side and in the county workshops. And the general sense was keep larger lots, keep more agricultural type uses. So the uses added with this change: aquaculture, hobby breeder. Those are the only 2 permitted uses that are added. I already mentioned the ones that were taken away. And the special exceptions: aquaculture, if non-exempt excavations are required, dog and cat boarding facilities, as long as it meets the conditions in the code, equestrian, livestock event facilities, and processing of agricultural products not raised on the premises. So I think this change, while it's different than the JPA plan, I think one of the things that we've heard a lot of feedback on recently is that maybe that JPA plan doesn't fully reflect some of the long-term plans that the community out there has at this point in time. So to your comment about Ms. Bush about updating plans from time to time. So it's really, I think that's simple. I'll be happy to answer any questions that you might have, but we're really looking to reduce the density so that it is possible to actually have a use of the property that's can be done without the central utilities. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Watts. Any questions for staff? For the applicant? Okay. Do we have any public participation forms for this case?
No, sir.
All right, we're going to close the floor for public participation. Open up for commission discussion or a motion. Okay, I will make a comment. Anytime you reduce density, I'm kind of in favor for.
That caught my ears right there. I like that one. So I'll go ahead and make a motion. Case number Z25003.
No, let's
Oh,
let's
we're
do
doing
the
the
CPA
CPA.
first.
Oh, wait, I'm doing CPA for, okay.
Tony.
So we're doing that one, let's see. Oh, the 0041?
Yes.
Okay, CPA, okay. So we're doing that one first.
Yes.
Case number CPA 25004, make a recommendation of approval to forward to County Council.
I'll second.
Yeah, I've got a recommendation on the floor to find the future land use amendment consistent with the comprehensive plan and forward the application case number CPA 25004 to the County Council with a recommendation of approval to transmit to the Florida Department of Commerce for expedited state review and to the Volusia Growth Management Commission for certification for Mr. Sixma, and a second from Mr. Urson. Any discussion on the motion? Ms. Bush.
Thank you, Chairman. Similar to my previous comments on the last project, I'm not a fan of spot zoning and changing the future land use where there's, lots of that other land use and zoning around it. But I know that the discussion for the Osteen local area plan is on the table. And I know that with the community feedback, those will be changed. And I think setting this precedent is a good precedent to set, especially if we want to try to reduce those intensities and densities that are currently allowed. So where normally I would not be in favor of something like this, I think to everybody on this board, we like the fact that this is down zoning. We like the fact that it's in keeping with what the residents of the community wish to see. And I just hope that we expedite the update of the local area plan so that, Mark, you don't necessarily have to come before us to ask to do these types of uses in this specific area. So while I'm glad that there is a local area plan, it's just not in keeping with, I think, what the community is looking for. So hopefully this sets a precedent and we are able to make these changes so that we can reduce these intensities and densities in the future. Thank you.
Okay, the motion is on the floor. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, I'll entertain a motion for the zoning.
I'll make a motion that we approve case number Z-25-003. We forward the rezoning application to the County Council for final action with a recommendation of approval.
I second.
Okay, I got a motion on the floor from Ms. Shelley to forward the rezoning application case number Z-25-003 to the County Council for final action with recommendation of approval, and a second from Mr. Urson. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Okay. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ms. Shelley, could I get the next case, please?
Yes, sir. Case number, ordinance number 2025-020. The Volusia County Growth Management Department Planning and Development Services Division for a special exceptions ordinance.
Okay, this is Miss Ray, but I did have brought to my attention before a meeting today, there was some concerns about, Miss Craig, you had some concerns on the reviewing this today, or?
Yes, thank you. It notes on page 3, the paragraph at the bottom, due to the recently passed Florida Senate Bill 180, local governments are preempted from approving ordinances, so on and so forth. That, in fact, has not been passed yet. It has been passed to the governor's office, but he has not given it final approval. And I think that has some relevance to what we're trying to do here. I think that we're kind of at odds with the direction that the state is going, and at least I know I am. And I don't know what the legalities are of us going ahead, assuming that it's been passed when in fact it has not.
Okay, so what, the way I was taking it, you wanted to try to defer this to a later date? Is that correct? Or I don't know how staff feels about that. And I'd like to have their.
It was drafted such that if SB 180 passes, it has no effect on this ordinance because it does not create a more restrictive or burdensome land development regulation. This was drafted with SB 180 in mind. SB 180 is effective upon signature and it is retroactive. So if the governor vetoes it, fine, our ordinance, prevails. If the governor signs it, fine, our ordinance prevails. That's the reason why it was mentioned. It was drafted, with SB 180 in mind to make sure that it is not null and void if it is executed by the governor.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we'll move forward with it then. Okay, Miss Ray, this one's yours.
I just want to add something to what Paolo just said, that this was directed by council to have. Sorry, Carol McFarlane, Planning and Development Services Director. So I just wanted to make that clarification that the being less restrictive was the specific direction that staff got. So I just wanted to make that clear.
Got it. Ms. Bush?
Yeah, before we continue, I just had a question for probably legal. I reviewed SB 180, and it seems like it's more about being more restrictive when it comes to emergency response. And I cannot find in the specific language, now it is 48 pages long.
It is the very last section. It was very similar to SB 250 around 2 years ago. It is not a numbered statute. So it is a standalone section in this bill. I think it's section 25, something like that. Hold on, let me pull it up.
I was going to say, can you direct me to it specifically so I can read that language?
Read it.
Seen so far has been specific to emergency response and disaster preparedness.
Yeah, so it's section 28 of the bill, basically, all the way in the back.
But again, it refers to federal disaster declaration for these hurricanes.
Yes, we are in multiple federal disaster areas. So we were in Helene and Milton is section 28.
It's page 46 of the bill.
That's of the 180, not in your, not in your
package.
ordinance.
So
They're talking about
They're talking
the
about the bill itself.
Yeah. So if we could go ahead and get the presentation, is that okay, Ms. Bush?
Yeah, that's fine. I'm still not
Okay, because
sure.
we need to, as far as what we're doing right now is actually looking at the specific, the specific ordinance, not necessarily how that bill is going to affect this ordinance according to Mr. Soria. It shouldn't have a big effect on it at all. Is that correct, Mr. Soria?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, so let's go ahead and do the presentation.
Thank you. So as Carol has recently stated, this is a county council directed staff to review and amend Chapter 72 to reduce the number of public hearings required for uses identified as special exceptions within the zoning code. The ordinance is a result of 4 public workshops focused on reorganizing which approving body is responsible for these special exception uses. It was brought in front of the PLDRC in March of 2024. And then after the PLDRC made their recommended changes, we brought it back to County Council in October of 2024. And they didn't have further changes to the recommendations. The special exception uses will fall into 4 categories: permitted principal uses, conditional uses, special exceptions requiring PLDRC approval, and special exceptions requiring County Council approval. In total, this ordinance amends 8 sections of the zoning code, and staff recommends forwarding to County Council with a recommendation of approval, and we are all available for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Ray. Okay, any question for staff? Ms. Bush?
I have a lot, so bear with me. Obviously, being in land use as a professional, I have some significant concerns with some of the proposed by right changes, and I'd like to go through those individually to understand why maybe some of those were proposed. First and foremost, thank you. Automobile uses. Right now, it is a special exemption in the OMV, which is the Osteen Mixed Use Village. And I am assuming that this change would then make the OMV by right. Am I correct in that assumption? Yes. I see some head nods, but would love clarification on that. And I'm going to ask a lot of these types of questions.
Thank you. Carol McFarlane, Planning and Development Services Director. Yes, Emily, that is correct. So what you see with all of these is you've got uses that were allowed by right in one zoning classification, special exception in another. So these are wholesale changes to all of those zoning classifications.
Okay.
So yes, you are correct, and we certainly expect that we're going to discuss that today. So that's perfectly appropriate.
Awesome. So for, it looks like rental agencies and service stations, both in the OCV and OMV, and moving those by right, I have an issue with that. The Osteen Commercial Village and the Osteen Mixed Use Village are intended to be mixed use and more intense uses. I think allowing the very auto-centric uses by right is a mistake. You're also not taking this local area plan back to the community to ensure that these uses are consistent with what the community wishes to see. I would argue that I don't know if Osteen residents would want to see another gas station or a rental agency be added to their community without their ability to review it. So I take great issue in that, especially changing specific zoning classifications and what those entitled uses are in a local area plan without going through the appropriate changes to that local area plan and looking at it holistically. The second is also car washes. That's further down under OMV. That's currently a special exemption. That would be by right. I have, again, it's an auto-centric use. In OMV is the mixed use village. So you don't allow auto-centric uses in a mixed use village. So I think that's a huge mistake. Cluster residential development, cluster residential homes should be a special exemption in rural residential. I saw that change, and that is not in keeping with the definition of rural residential. That should be transitional, and allowing zero lot line PUDs and homes is a mistake because that is not, like I said, in keeping with the definition of that zoning district. Dairies should also be a special exemption in A3 and A4. There were a lot of proposed changes in A3 and A4, and that is transitional agriculture. By definition in your zoning code, that states that it is basically allowing for a transition between intense agriculture uses and residential uses. And by permitting some of these things by right, you'll see a theme as I continue going through the uses. I think that should still be reviewed with a special exemption. I live in an A4, and I would not appreciate having a poultry farm or a dairy by right adjacent to my house. That would ruin the appeal that I have living in a community where I currently live. Off-street parking should not be allowed in agriculture zoned parcels. I think that should be kept with a special exemption. Did you want to comment?
I just have a question. As we're going through this, is it possible to open it up for comment from?
Sure, I can do this one at a time.
Because it's going through so much, I'm thinking I can't keep enough notes.
I understand. I'm happy if you want to do that one at a time. I'm happy to go back and.
There has to be, like when you group the automotive, my point is I wanted to concur with you.
Well.
So I don't know how we're doing this, is what I'm saying, because now if she's going through the whole thing, which is great, But then it's like, well, do I have to keep notes on each one and what my comments are on each one? How does that work?
Well, I think that would come up in the commission comments. What I would suggest, and this is totally up to you, is just making a mark by the ones that she's brought up, and we'll go one by one during the commission comments. Because I don't disagree with you. It's
I'm
just
thinking I have things too, but I'm thinking, it's kind of like in one
well
case,
through
like,
protocol. Well, I think that's the way we should do it.
We're talking about
there.
automotive, so I don't know.
If I can make a recommendation to look at these in groupings of the
that was
by
my
right
thing,
conditional
clusters.
use.
Okay.
Yeah, what we'll do is go through them each one, and then we'll make the reasoning or disagreements or whatever during the commission discussion on the.
I thought we could go through cluster by cluster and make those. Or no, okay.
Yeah, you can.
And
Whatever you want.
the recommendations can be that council reconsider some of these uses, or it could be to direct changes to the ordinance. So I just wanted to let you know that there's a couple of options there as you're talking about, is this something that needs further review, or maybe we highlight it to the council?
I understand that, but my point is, and if the council disagrees, that's fine. I just wanted to bring it out.
If you and
I'm looking at automobile, and I'm thinking, okay, then we go through bar. If we kind of go through and have people anyway. Okay, I'll do it the way you want. So.
well, I think
I'm trying to write
because
the
I
note
don't
on
know
what
who
you didn't like about it, because maybe I don't agree with that, but I agree with that. So even on the same issue. Anyway, okay.
Okay. And I can repeat these if you have, and I will, like I said, I have some strong opinions on these. Poultry farms is next, and this is mostly all in the by right section. I really only had a few.
No, I understand all that. So
Yeah,
just,
okay.
Just your classifications is what
Yep,
I'm.
okay.
Yeah, no, I understand that.
So the off-street parking, I'll go back because I think I didn't finish that. The off-street parking should not be allowed in agriculture zoned properties. I think that should be kept as a special exemption. Part of the reason is because some of those are paid services, and again, that is not the intent of an agriculture use property. So I understand that we're trying to make it easier for people to agriculture businesses in agriculture zoned property, but off-street parking is not that type of use. Poultry farms, I mentioned, it should not be allowed by right in A3 and A4. As a reminder to everyone that those have smaller minimum lot sizes. So the A4 is 2.5 acres, and I could not imagine living next to a poultry farm that's smashed in on 2.5 acres. That is an intense agriculture use and should remain in A1 and A2 and should not be allowed, or if it is allowed, by special exemption, and allow us to review those criteria in A3 and A4. Restaurants with drive-throughs, again, a very auto-centric use, and that right now is a special exemption in the Osteen Mixed-Use Village and the Osteen Commercial Village. Again, having any auto-centric use that's allowed within a mixed-use village no longer designates that as a mixed-use village. I feel like that is a misnomer, and if you're trying to keep that with those entitlements, then do not allow those auto-centric uses. Retail sales should be a special exemption for those that are greater than 15,000 square feet. That is your Dollar Generals, that's some of your bigger, well, not even, I think that's like your neighborhood Walmarts and those types of retail stores should have special exemption review in the OMV and the OCV, again, because that's a mixed-use village. You normally want to support more mom and pop shops, and those aren't usually 15,000 square feet or greater. Riding stables, as someone that's an equestrian that does competitive horseback riding, that should not be allowed by right in A3 and A4 because they do have they are noisy. They do bring in a lot of trailers and vehicles. A lot of them teach and are yelling at their students out loud day in and day out. So I think that should still be considered under a special exemption review in order to make sure that it's not conflicting with the neighboring parcels, specifically in A3 and A4. Again, those are smaller lots as well, so that's a pretty big, intense agriculture use on a potentially 2.5 acre lot, which I do not agree with, and I don't think that that land could sustain a true riding stable at that size. Schools should not be allowed in any agriculture zoning. I think that should be a special exemption. Again, sticking with what the agriculture uses are. If it's a school that is designated for agriculture purposes, then we review it and we approve it. But if it's a daycare, or not a daycare, but if it's another type of school, the traffic impacts that will bring to your agriculture communities would be huge. And I think that should still be reviewed by either PLDRC and or the county council. Swim clubs and tennis clubs, again, I do not feel like should be allowed in agriculture zoned land. I think they should continue to be a special exemption. There's lots of noise, there's lots of traffic impacts, and again, that is transitional agriculture by definition. And those are all the changes that I am against in the by right section. I do have a couple questions in the PLDRC section, but I can pause there if we want to go through other uses in the by right section.
We're going to pause here. Any other comments on what Ms. Bush just spoke of? Because I had one other one that she didn't touch on, and that was the public utility uses and structures. The reason I'm saying that is because a lot of, and I'm looking at it from this lift stations, from sewage plants being put up against property. I think the homeowners should have a voice in this. If you don't believe that, go down on Taylor Road and Blue Lake next to one, and you will see what I'm talking about. So she didn't bring that up. That was the only other one that I could see. And so, Ms. Craig?
The section under camps, fishing, hunting, and nonprofit organizations.
Can you turn your mic on,
camps,
please?
Groups together fishing, hunting, and nonprofit organization. And I feel like hunting really needs to need at least a special exception, considering how small some of the lot sizes are that are granted this. I think anytime you introduce guns to an area, that a special exception is probably a wise idea. As far as the restaurants with the drive-through, I think in an area, what I know of Osteen, which is very little, basically going out to the airport, I can see where it would be nice to have a drive-through Starbucks, for instance, and not force somebody to have to park their car, get out, go and buy a cup of coffee. I mean, it adds a significant amount of time for the day, so I really feel like that's not necessary to restrict any further. I think that was probably pretty much it. She covered a lot of things.
Okay. Any other comments from on what was brought forward in the by right section of the ordinance? Now, how would we address these concerns? Should we wait to the end to discuss as far as?
I would recommend you addressing it now while it's fresh on your mind.
Okay, Ms. Shelley, go ahead.
I'm just agreeing with that. Like I said earlier, when she started going through it, I wanted.
You just wanted to agree. Well, I think she made some very good points.
Because there's a lot, and so
Well,
we can go through what she's
okay.
talked about and make our comments on that maybe.
All right.
And I'm happy to repeat any as well. I kind of rambled through that pretty quickly, so I'm happy to go.
Some I agree with, some I don't, and that's fine. But,
Well, when it has effect on the Osteen
but I agree
plans,
with the ones on the Osteen.
yeah, on the Osteen plans, I don't know.
I don't think it should be by right at all.
They went through a lot of pains developing this Osteen plan and getting it through to where it is today for us just to go in and take out parts of what the plan actually says. And so I kind of agree with her. I think it needs to be looked at, and how you want to address it, that's totally up to you. You know, I mean, I think, yeah.
Miss Shelley, your mic's
On.
off.
Yeah, sorry.
And I believe that going through is a suggestion for them to look at our comments. A lot of times, because I did make a comment on the utilities the last time it was in front of us.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what the discussion was. It may have gotten lost between here and there. So I would like specifically, possibly for maybe someone to make a motion that the council look at the suggestions that were made here today and at least consider them. I mean, we don't make the final decision, council does, but they need to, there were some good points brought up, and I don't know if they're aware of these points or not. So I would like to send it forward, not with just say, listen to the comments, but actually a motion that they were to be brought in with a list of the concerns that we had brought to them for when they're in their decision process. I think it's very clear what Ms. Bush said. I don't think we need to send it back to staff to redo it as much as it is just make council aware of it. If everyone agrees on that, we'll have to make a motion on that before we finish here today.
I have one other comment too, is I disagree regarding the drive-throughs. I think there should be, I don't think they should be by right either, particularly in the Osteen in that area. There's a certain look and feel, and as our chairman said, they went through a lot of process to get where they were. So I would think that something like that should not necessarily, I mean, I don't think it's putting an extra hoop on Starbucks to go through.
Okay, I'd like to ask staff on some of the things Ms. Bush brought to your attention, legal actually, is can you separate this ordinance to where it wouldn't have an impact on the Osteen plan? I mean, could that be done? I mean,
Yes, yeah. I mean, these are, so these are, just think of them as zoning districts.
Right.
And the use is allowed in those zoning districts. So you're shifting, you're not changing the list of uses that are allowed, you're shifting their approval processes.
Right.
So
Right.
a lot of
It's
uses
still
are
there.
allowed by right, and then we're creating a new process where PLDRC is the final stop, and the existing process of where a county council is the final stop. So for anything that is currently a special exception, you can move the level of authority either by right, by conditional use, by PLDRC, or remain with county council. So that's, and you do that, you can do that on a per zoning district basis.
Okay. All right, then. Should we take each one of these one by one and get an opinion by this board? Or should we just devise a list and either agree on it or not agree on it?
Just to say it out loud, I felt like Emily was very clear. I mean, as long as you guys are speaking into the mic and you're specifically saying the use as it was described in the ordinance and referring back to specific zoning classifications, we've got this audio if we need to go back and reread it. But Chris and I are taking pretty good notes as well. So
I just don't want it to get lost between here and there. That's my biggest concern, I mean, it's because a lot of times the presentation at the council level, not intentionally, but there's certain things that it doesn't actually convey between here and there.
mm-hmm.
That's my concern. And they're whether they listen to our presentation, our discussion or not, I don't know. I can't make them listen to it.
we could certainly have a memorandum, an addendum to the report that specifically lays out these are
Okay.
the exact uses that
All
were
right.
described.
Okay, that's just my main concern.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, Ms. Bush, you had something else?
Yeah, two things. One, whenever this does go to the council, can you let us know what that date is going to be, so that if we would like to attend and speak in favor or bring these issues forward to them, that we're able to attend and do so.
Absolutely. We're looking at August 5th now, of course, depending on what the result of these conversations are. So we're looking at that first meeting in August.
Okay. I just want to make sure that's on my calendar so that I can be here to talk about the changes that I brought up today. Second thing, and I just want some clarification from the attorney, what we're proposing, even keeping the land uses or the land uses where they're at with a special exemption, still is in meeting
Yes.
SB 180.
Right.
So
Because right now we just have your category of uses are by right or by special exception all the way to council. So anything that's on the special exception list goes all the way to council. Our direction was try to streamline things a little bit. So in effect, anything that the ordinance is proposing is at the very least keeping the status quo, which is permissible, or making it less restrictive. You don't have to make it less restrictive, you just can't make it more restrictive. So, having it be heard only by council, or having an item that is proposed by right to be heard by PLDRC is keeping within the allowance of SB 180.
Okay. The other comment that I want to make is, and I'm saying that, and I guess when I was reviewing this, I was sticking to what is existing, and that is that these are right now reviewed through that special condition process, which goes to the council. I don't necessarily think every single one of these needs council review, but I don't think that it's appropriate for it to be allowed by right. So I think that there are certain concessions that we can make to say a drive-through for Starbucks, right, in Osteen, maybe just stops at PLDRC. Some of the agriculture uses stop at PLDRC, don't necessarily go to the council, because I understand they have lengthy agendas. They're trying to do general business for the council. We can, I think, as a body, review that information and weigh in and make those approvals here, and not necessarily have to take that second step. So if that helps for those that might be on the fence as to some of the things that I suggested, then maybe those recommendations are, they're not fully special exemptions, but they're not allowed by right, that they are a PLDRC review.
And adding to that, what I like about what Ms. Bush is saying is at least the public gets an opportunity to have some sort of input.
Yes.
And that's where I'm at on the utilities. I want the public to have some sort of an input, whether, where some of these lift stations as that nature goes.
Yeah,
So,
I agree.
But I agree with her totally on that. Okay, so are we clear on the by right? I think that's going to be your biggest hurdle.
Do you want me to raise my hand when I need to interject, or is it okay if I?
No, you can go right
Okay.
ahead.
So what I would recommend is for the uses where you want some to go to PLDRC, some to go to council, we do ask that you specifically state that for each use. So that would be very helpful for us.
Okay. So at the end in our discussion, we'll make a notation on each one that she went through, and then we'll have that for you as part of the motion. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And I'll let somebody else put that motion in.
I'm keeping track, so I'm happy to make that motion.
Okay. And I'm just going to say ditto. Okay. All right. Now let's, and Ms. Shelley, if you'd like to interject any along the way, if anything else someone makes a comment on, feel free to do so. We'll try to get through this.
Okay.
All right. Our next would be the conditional uses. Who would like, is there anybody who'd like to speak on those?
Wait a minute. Did we go through all the by rights? Okay. Yep. Okay. Got it. I was going to see if I had a comment. Okay.
Discussion on the conditional uses.
I have none.
And PLDRC.
I have a couple questions.
Go ahead, Ms. Bush.
Thank you. there are some asterisks on some of the, like for campgrounds, temporary campsites, but I couldn't find where the definition of that asterisk existed in the spreadsheet. So can you define why they have asterisks?
Temporary campgrounds?
Yes, there's a couple different examples, but it's temporary campgrounds.
Because the spreadsheet was condensed from what originally went to PLDRC, so I think those asterisks do relate back to something that wasn't necessarily relevant for this spreadsheet. Yeah, those are internal notes.
Okay. Daycares are listed as by right and also under PLDRC, and the zoning districts are the same. So I'm just curious as to which one it is.
The number of students.
Find those kind of things. Just let us know which one you prefer to do.
It's the number.
We'll get it into the
It's how many students.
I think you mentioned that. Did you not, Ms. Bush, in your?
I did not mention, no, I mentioned schools. I mentioned schools, not daycares, by right. But that's what my question was, because I saw it listed as by right, and I had it originally, and then it's listed under PLDRC. So
I think it depended upon the
On
number
how
of
large
students.
they are, how many students they have, the
Okay.
size of the daycare.
Okay. And is that, I guess, spelled out in the special criteria in section 72-293-6?
That's Ms. Parker.
numbered notations at the end of 293 refer to is where it says daycare centers special criteria, see section 72-293, parentheses 6. That number 6 is where the special criteria are. The special criteria have not changed. We did not go back to the criteria and change the criteria. What we changed were the references to the numbers, basically. If
So
that makes sense.
I was assuming, because I didn't go in and read all of the the sections for all of these. I was assuming that criteria applied across all of zoning districts.
It does.
So that's why I'm asking why the use is listed both by right in all of the same zoning districts and by PLD review with all the same zoning districts, if they still have to meet all of those special criteria. So shouldn't that use be broken out to say under a certain number of students should be by right and over a certain number of students should be PLDRC? Because right now you're listing that land use as the exact same thing.
Right. So we wanted the criteria to apply regardless of whether it was listed in by right, conditional, special exception, because we're entering some fluidity in this, right? And I'm assuming that we can expect other ordinances may come across. So we just wanted to compress everything. So in by right uses, you still have to go through the permitting process.
Right.
So if you have a vacant residential lot and they want to put on a daycare center on it, they don't go straight to building permitting. They still have to go through the site plan review process, which is outlined in the Land Development Code. So we do look at that 293, and we do that now. We have uses that are in 293 that we really mostly look at, where we only have to look at them when they come to the land development phase. So that was intentionally created that way.
Right. So
Go ahead.
no. I guess I'm still confused.
I am too. So
Because
go
you're
ahead.
not defining what the
Okay.
right. You're not defining whether or not it's less than or greater than a certain number.
Yeah, they were all together in the code originally, and we didn't get to that. There's a lot of state statutes that apply at those
Yes.
as well, and we didn't get into the breaking apart of uses. So we can certainly leave them the way they are, or leave them as special exceptions. We have to be very careful when we break apart the uses that way, again, that we're not making anything more restrictive or that we're not breaking any federal rules by that.
Because it says it's can be compatible with the density and character of the surrounding residential area. But if we're allowing them by right in A2, what's the density there? Can they have 2 kids? Like, you know, I think we need some clarity on what it is that you're requesting, and or I think then we need to determine as a board what that should look like. And I'm okay with it coming just to PLDRC, but it needs to be pulled out from by right.
By right.
And just have us do that review. I'm very familiar with daycares. They can go into a residential property. You know, it's meeting the outdoor space requirement. There are, I don't know if the state adopted the bollards and the distance separation from vehicular traffic because of the unfortunate instances where cars have crashed into daycares and killed children. And that's, again, another concern of mine is just by allowing this by right, are we allowing it on a major thoroughfare with a 55-mile-per-hour speed limit that puts these kids in harm's way, or are we allowing this by right in an area where they don't have access to the outside, to a playground area? And again, I understand that you guys do that review, but we need to make sure that that's compatible with the surrounding land uses. So that's why I didn't mention in the by right, because I wasn't sure. I felt like it should be more restrictive and within the PLDRC. But again, where is it now? Because right now you have it listed as it's existing in both of those in both of those categories. So, or is it special exemption in all of those, right?
Well, and I'm wondering if I don't know if I understand your question correctly. So in the B, the business uses, and the OMB and SWC, it's by right, whereas in the ag and the R4, et cetera. And that's consistent with what you see on page 1 and page 4. So where it is allowed now is correctly identified. It's the recommendation is what I need input on.
Right. And I guess because you have this PLDRC depending on the number of students, but you don't have that in the by right component. So that's why I think I was confused as to, are you saying that with 50 students or less, then it can be by right within these zoning districts, or 25 students or less? And I have no issue with that if it's a small daycare, an in-home type facility, maybe a home occupation or business that someone's trying to operate, and they only have 5 or 6 kids. I really don't feel like that's a huge impact, and we need to really review that. But if it's greater than that, then absolutely. And so that was not consistent in this spreadsheet, which is why I'm asking the question.
Certainly, if we want to talk about the number of students, that can be part of your motion or your recommendation.
Okay. And then
Anything else in the PLDRC section?
that was it. Thank you, Chairman.
Anybody else?
The by right that was getting me.
Okay, council, it comes through review for us regardless if it's going to council or not. I mean,
I have none. I felt like
Yeah,
this was
me either.
these uses were pretty
It was the
Okay.
by right.
extreme, so they should have council review.
okay, so have we had all of our questions answered that we need to make a motion on? Okay, Ms. Bush, take off.
Oh, thank you.
And let me put it this way, as she goes through the list, and if anybody disagrees or wants to make a comment on the specific one that she has, would you mind stopping your motion and let's
Yes,
do that? I don't think you're going to have it, but just in case, because I don't want to.
So
throw
just
the
a
whole motion.
clarification on the daycare thing, it's 10. So
10.
And that is because of state statute. So a family daycare home is defined under state statute, and there's a whole bunch of numbers, but it's like a maximum of 10 children if no more than 5 are preschool age, and of those 5, no more than 2 under 12 months of age. Those are preempted. So the statute says that a local government must allow these as a residential use in a residential dwelling, and no special exception provisions can apply for a family daycare home. So that's why it's it runs, you don't see a number because we have to comply with the statute, which is, it's 10 if you meet those criteria, but anything above that can be by PLDRC approval.
So the use that you listed is family
Daycare home.
family daycare home. So I went through this when the state preempted community residential homes and like ALFs and supportive uses within residential. We had to go in and redefine our land uses accordingly. So that's, I think, what I'm going to make the recommendation on is that you define that and say family, let me write that down, family.
So when we just say daycare center, our definition for daycare center specifically says does not include the family daycare home provisions, because that's, I think the intention was that is, it recognizes the preemption of the statute.
But I mean, we could essentially say that a family daycare home could be allowed by right within rural residential or other zoning districts like agriculture, if appropriate, if it's under 10 students. I feel like that could be allowed by right. Those aren't residential districts, right? So I think that's why it should be defined differently than a daycare, and that staff should make that effort to separate the two uses, like we did with community residential homes.
So the statute doesn't care about the zoning. It says the operation of a residence of a residence, regardless of whatever zoning it's in, as a family daycare home as defined by law, registered or licensed with the Department of DCF, or shall constitute a valid residential use for purposes of any local zoning regulations, and no such regulation shall require the owner or operator of such family daycare home to obtain any special exception or use permit or waiver, or to pay any special fee in excess of $50 to operate in an area zoned for residential use. So if the zoning allows a residential use, you have to allow the residential dwelling to operate as a family daycare home as provided by the statute.
Well, can that line where it says daycare centers in the by right section state family daycare center?
Yeah.
Yes, yeah, we provided in the definition, so.
Yeah, and because you already have a definition of the family daycare center. So that puts a number on it. So why can't that just say family daycare center in the by right section and leave the daycare?
Oh, okay, yes.
Leave
absolutely.
the daycare in the PLDRC
section. The PLDRC,
section.
yeah, thank you. That's, yeah.
I mean,
That's what I was
can't
gonna
we just do that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Overthinking this here.
Yes. I hope that I can do this.
Okay.
So we'll see. So to clarify, I'm making a motion to send this to the council with the following recommendations. Did I begin that correctly? Okay, I'm going to continue with that now because I don't want to repeat that.
State the ordinance, though.
Okay, let me try again. This is.
We'll help you along. We'll get it figured out.
Thank you.
They'll have to write it up
All
when
right.
it's done.
So, recommendation of approval for ordinance 25-006 with these recommended changes as follows.
Wait.
So far, so good?
I thought it was ordinance number 2025-020.
No.
Did I not have the right one? I thought it was 0.
Oh, that's a
It's over
typo.
here. Yeah, it's 20. It's 2020.
Oh, it's 20. Okay.
Yeah.
It's stated wrong on our.
Yeah,
It's wrong on the agenda.
We have an ordinance number, and then you have an internal file number. The internal file number
Is
is,
006.
internal case number
You're right.
is 25.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we want to say
So-
the ordinance referring to
The ordinance number.
25-20.
Correct. So
Yes.
recommendation of approval of ordinance 2025-20 with the following recommendations. Okay, third time's the charm. That automobile use, both rental agencies and service station type A, service station type B, and service station type C remain a special exemption, within the OCV and OMV zoning districts. Any comments?
Yeah, go ahead and interject. Let's get this right.
comment to that is a special exception approvable by PLDRC or by council.
Okay, thank you. That, would it still be called a special exemption? Okay, the lingo matters. We didn't have special exemptions. I just dealt with conditional uses. With review by PLDRC. Okay. Step 1.
So you're saying all automobile, regardless of if it's an OMV? I mean,
Correct.
regardless of if it's an Osteen or the OMV, you're saying if it's an OCV or all the others?
No, she's saying that the zoning classifications, if it's out of the OMV or OCV, would go by right? Is that what you're saying?
No, would be.
She didn't say that.
No, I said would be reviewed by PLDRC, would not be by right. That's our recommended change.
So you're taking all those zones? I thought we were just doing the OMV.
Well, the OCV is Osteen Commercial Village.
Right.
And the OMV is the Osteen Mixed Use Village.
Right.
Osteen Mixed Use Village is on one side.
So they're
and
both the
OCV.
OC, okay,
Yep,
okay.
they're both Osteen.
OC, okay, I was reading below with something else, okay.
Are we clear as mud?
No, we're clear.
Okay. Okay, so that was automobile. I'm going to move on to car wash.
That's going to PLDRC is what you were saying, not by right.
Well,
Anyway, just say,
yeah.
yes, thank you.
Yes.
It's not by right,
No,
gotcha.
okay, so car wash, the recommendation is that the OMV zoning district would be PLDRC review and not by right. Okay. Cluster residential homes would not be, I'm sorry, cluster and zero lot line subdivisions would be a PLDRC review for the rural residential zoning district, not by right. Okay. Dairies. Can you scroll? Okay. Perfect. Dairies and dairy products with special exemption and a minimum of 5-acre parcels will be reviewed by PLDRC if they are located in the A3 or A4 zoning district.
And why not OCR?
That is I believe that's Osteen, correct?
OCR.
So I can add that if you would like.
I mean, I just put all three of them in there.
Okay.
Since that's already there.
Yep. So include OCR as well for PLDRC review for dairies. Okay, I'm going to tackle daycare centers. That.
We're adding family daycare.
Yeah, we're just adding family daycare.
Correct. So family daycare home.
Centers, I'd say centers.
Well,
We'll stick with the state
It has to be
statutory
in a home.
definition.
The statute.
Family daycare
Gotcha,
home.
Gotcha.
Family daycare homes would be allowed by right in every zoning district that allows residential uses.
All we have to say is by right, because it's including all those.
Correct. But daycare centers.
Right. But you said family, so we're not there yet.
Well, I'm at daycare on the by
Yeah.
right section.
Yeah, we're going to just
okay.
change that daycare to family.
Family daycare.
So we're just amending that
Say
definition.
that. It's by
Okay.
right.
Understood. So amending, I'm making that clear. Carol or anyone correct? Do I need to change that? Okay.
Yeah.
So we're changing the terminology from daycare centers to family daycare home. Off-street parking. If you could. Off-street parking areas would be a PLDRC review in A1, A2, A3, A4, RR, RA. And do I want to ask the rest of the council, do we want to include the rest of those zoning districts? Those are residential, mobile home, and SWC.
I don't think so
I don't
because
think so either. I think we, yeah. think we're making it too
Um,
complicated.
What was the purpose of that being not by right that you come up
From what I understand, and correct me if I'm wrong, that off-street parking areas are like pay to park. Like they're just parking lots that you pay, not necessarily storage, but they're not usually tied to another use.
The special exceptions that I've seen for off-street parking areas, it is tied to another use. I'm thinking of some areas where if you're residential next to a business, like for instance, restaurants, the last one I can think of where they had their parking, overflow parking was across the street, which was in the residential zoning.
Okay.
So it could be pay for parking, but it could also be that other scenario.
Okay. I'm just concerned because if it can be pay for parking, that is not necessarily compatible with at least the agriculture uses, which is the argument that I made. And that's why I included rural residential and rural agriculture in that recommendation. But I'm happy to discuss that if anybody feels
with?
otherwise.
If you want to add the MH1 and the to MH1 to MH8
And leave
and
R1
the
to R9.
SWC. What is the SWC?
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask. Define SWC.
In the activity center.
So it's only there.
It's only there.
Yeah,
in the
it's
State
only
Road
there. It's not in all
72
the
I-4
zoning areas
area.
that you're talking about.
It's there's the Southwest Activity Center is an old DRI. It's at the intersection of State Road 472 and I-4. So that's where the Deltona Halifax Hospital is.
Just there.
Yeah.
And I think that's fine by right.
Yeah, so
But, okay, so I'll
we
include.
can leave that one alone.
Well, but you want me to include R1 to R9 and MH1 to MH8?
No.
No. So in residential, there could be a paid parking lot next door to a residential property. By
Is that
right.
what we're saying?
Yes.
Well, if we're going to do that, I
No,
don't
I
see
mean-
this reasoning for.
I thought
the
it says it's
requirement
only
of
in the
1.4.
No. It's off-street parking areas. It's not, you're looking at the second one. It's the one above that.
But what I'm thinking
Oh,
of,
okay, yeah, we can do that.
but the off-street parking, what's the reasoning behind the A1 to A4?
Because that's not an agriculture use, and someone could come into a 10-acre lot and make that a paid parking lot. And that would
So
have.
you're making an agriculture zoning
But that would be a
classification more
zoning
restrictive than the.
No. I'm saying that what this is saying is that it would be allowed by right, and what it currently says is that it's a special exemption. And I'm saying that it needs to be at least reviewed by PLDRC if they're going to put a paid parking lot in an agriculture zoned property because of the traffic.
Well, I agree with that.
impacts.
Okay, that's not how I was reading this. So, okay, if that's what it is, I agree with you.
I mean, staff, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's how it's reading, is that in these zoning districts, A1 to A4, RR, RA, R1 to R9, and the mobile homing zoning districts, that somebody could come in and take a piece of land and do paid parking.
But if they're
Okay.
paving, wouldn't they have to,
Council's got to review
Through
this.
approvals?
Council's got to approve the final
you
approval
can't just go
anyway.
pave a
So let them
lot.
hash that out.
Right. You would
As much
be,
as I hate
if,
to do
if
that,
it were allowed by right, you would have to go through the site plan approval, which is at the staff level. It does not go to any hearings.
So the public would
so
not.
that is a possibility. Okay, I'll
So
go
the
with
public would not be
I'll-
able to
I'll go with you on
participate
that.
in determining whether or not that use should be compatible.
I'll go with you.
Okay, so I'm going to add R1 to R9 and MH1 to MH8 as PLDRC review with the rest of those zoning districts. Okay.
Next.
I'm halfway through. Poultry farms. So remove. So poultry farms should be reviewed by PLDRC. Well, and I guess this is a conversation. Should poultry farms, because hog farms are right now a special exemption and still within the county council purview. I feel like a poultry farm is very similar to a hog farm. And so I don't think they should be allowed by right within the A3 and A4, and maybe even the mobile home 3 and the OCR, since we made that kind of clarification with the other agriculture use. And that should be reviewed through county council and not just PLDRC because of the intense agriculture use. Happy to discuss that. But that would mimic hog farm.
Yeah, I'm good with you on that personally, because to me, that's not just having chickens for your own use for your, eggs in your backyard. This says poultry farm, which to me is different.
Yeah.
It would come for review for a recommendation through us before it gets to them anyway.
Correct. And that's the way it exists now in the code, so I would just leave it.
I'd agree with that.
Okay. Public utilities would be a PLDRC review, or for all of the zoning districts currently listed in the special condition, the special exemption category. But Chairman, please correct me if.
Yes, as long as we get some public input on these public utility uses. I think it's important that the adjacent property owners have a say. And I'm not talking about a water main. I'm talking more or less the lift stations for the sanitary sewer. So, yes, I think that definitely needs to be made where the public has an input. It can stop at the PLDRC level.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. Restaurants with drive-throughs would be reviewed through PLDRC in the OCV and OMV. Okay. Retail sales and service greater than 15,000 square feet per structure would be reviewed by PLDRC in OCV and OMV. Riding stables should be reviewed by PLDRC within the A3, A4 zoning district. I am open to adding MH3 and the other 3 zoning districts that follow, which are, I'm trying to find them in here.
I don't even know what those are.
Yeah, what is OTR, ORE, and OCR? I think the OCR is Osteen, right? So those are in Osteen?
Osteen, it's the Osteen
Yeah.
transitional residential and the Osteen residential estate.
Okay.
They're larger lots.
So I think then we should include MH3, OTR, ORE, and OCR for PLDRC review. Okay. Sure. Yep.
So the retail sales and services greater than 15,000 square feet, we've got that going to PLDRC. What about the retail specialty shops that are greater than 15,000?
Thank you. Yes, I would like to make the recommendation that those specialty shops greater than 15,000 square feet get PLDRC review. Because Skips is less than 15,000 square feet, so that wouldn't qualify. Okay. Schools, parochial or private, to have them reviewed by PLDRC in FR, A1, A2, A3, A4, RR, and RA, as well as OTR and ORE. Those are the more agriculture, larger lot parcels. Am I missing any
Is there a reason you're not including on the residential side, you said, did you include R9?
I did not include any of the residential zoning districts at this time because if it's a small private school, it could probably go in there. But I can certainly amend that and remove.
No, I just.
It was really the agriculture.
Because the
incompatibility.
the definition of the schools, parochial or private,
We
it
don't-
doesn't specifically say what type of a school you were dealing with. And to be putting into a residential neighborhood, if the type, because you can have people construe these definitions sometimes and, oh, well, it's a school. And really, it could be something else. I mean, the intent was something else. It may be considered a school, but maybe something I don't want next door to where I'm living. At least I would have some sort of public input on that. If you're going to do it through the agricultural side, I think you should just require it to go through a review.
Okay. So that will also include R1, R2, R3, R4, R5,
Just list of all of them.
R6,
Put 'em
R7.
all. Just
Do we want to do them all,
Well,
including
no,
the business?
The business side, I wouldn't be
No.
that concerned about.
Yeah, so R8, R9, MH3 through
Businesses
6,
don't want a school next to them
MH8,
either.
OCV, OMV, OUR, OTR, ORE, and OCR.
The other is at Southwest Activity Center, and I can't see where it'd be a problem there.
I agree. And that, if I didn't state it for the record, would be PLDRC review. And I have this list, so if you want me to send it to you afterwards, I can. Swim clubs should be PLDRC review in, I'm going to say, all the zoning districts listed for special exemption.
And your reasoning for that?
There is a pool associated with it. There
Right.
are trainers that are teaching. There are traffic impacts. There are lighting if the swim club operates in the evening hours, and some of that lighting can impact neighboring residential properties.
Okay, but I'm thinking, I just don't see that being something that's going to be a rash of swim. I mean, I know lots of swim clubs, and I know where they are, and they're not out in the, I mean, they want to be in the hub, they want to be in the core, they want to be.
And what if it's the infant swimming?
Well, that, usually people do that in their private pool.
Yeah,
It's not a
exactly.
swim club.
Yeah.
Or it's in like the YMCA where they're designed and
I wouldn't
designated
care if
for
someone
those.
was doing infant swimming in their home pool.
Does swim clubs
So, yeah, I don't think that
impact?
means, well, he brought it up. I don't think that is a swim club.
No, that's what I'm asking staff. I don't think that includes the swim lessons for littles.
But a swim club takes a big,
They're swimming meets.
yes, I know. I'm
events.
involved with swim clubs.
Yeah.
Business uses.
I just
that
don't
are
see them in there.
purposefully built for business use of swim clubs, and in no way does it affect the ancillary residential
Yeah.
uses
Right.
on a residence.
Yeah, that's what I mean, it just doesn't, yeah.
If somebody were to buy an agriculture piece of property, then if this change is allowed by right, they'd be able to open a swim club without having any public input.
I won't fight it, but.
And it was for all the zoning districts that are listed.
Okay.
So instead of special exemption going to council, it would stop at PLDRC review. And then the same goes for tennis clubs. Those are the same, so the tennis clubs, those zoning districts listed for special exemption would be reviewed through PLDRC for the same reasons I listed for
I'm okay with that. Yeah,
the
I get it.
swim
I
club.
don't think we'll have a rash. People applying.
Tennis is popular.
I don't think it'll line up our agenda. Oh my gosh, another swim club.
Agreed.
Next to a tennis club?
Are you doing both? And that concludes the recommendations, or at least, did I miss any?
I had one about the hunt clubs.
Oh, the hunt clubs,
the
yes,
hunt
I
camps.
apologize.
I'd like to see that go at least to PLDRC.
So the hunt, can you scroll up to hunt club for me? Actually, I can see it.
I think with the
It was-
hunting,
Under camps.
the camp,
Camps.
that's just for a camp. The camp meaning that people where they stay overnight while they're doing their hunting or congregate during the day while they're hunting. We still have local ordinances that prevent the actual shooting of guns in the residential areas.
Oh, no, we don't. We do not. We,
That experience?
I'm saying that to,
No, we
to,
don't.
to be very clear.
No, we don't.
The state has preempted the entire field on the regulation of ammunition and firearms. You can regulate construction of shooting ranges, and you have to treat businesses that sell firearms in the same way as a normal business. We do not at all regulate, the use of firearms or the caliber of ammunition or anything like that. So a hunt club is you're regulating the development, you're not regulating the activity or the usage of firearms or ammunition.
Okay, Ms. Craig. There again,
That use of firearms in a residential district, that is a state statute that's governed by the sheriff. There's thresholds of, you need to know the density. So that is a first, second degree misdemeanor if you recklessly do it. But once again, that is not a county ordinance, that is the state statute.
okay.
Okay, so then we will add to the recommendation camps, hunting, that in RC, A1, A2, MH3, and OCR, that is reviewed by PLDRC.
Okay, does that conclude it?
That
Anyone
con-
else?
Anybody? Okay,
Okay,
that was my motion.
do
so
I
if
have a
anybody-
second?
Yes, you have a second.
Third.
I got a motion on the floor from Ms. Bush and to forward the ordinance 2025-20 to county council with the following recommendation as was stated previously by Ms. Bush.
Good, you're not going to reread it.
And staff has taken note of. And a second from Ms. Shelley and Mr. Urson and Ms. Craig. No, Ms. Shelley did speak in first, so I'll go recognize her. Ms. Shelley, any discussion on the motion?
Just thank you for allowing me to go through these with a fine-tooth comb. I know I was not a part of any of these discussions and the workshops leading up to it, but I appreciate the opportunity to bring my concerns forward and for you all to hear them and to forward these recommendations to the council. I will do my best to be there on August 5th to present the reasoning for these, if that's not in the minutes, to the county council so that they understand all of our concerns, including the ones that I didn't bring up as well. So, thank you.
Okay. Any other comment? Okay, we got a motion on the floor. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
So, Mr. Chair, about that, so it's August 5th. This will require 2 hearings before council because you're changing the list of uses, one of which must be a night meeting after 5 o'clock. I don't know which one is going to be the night meeting, most likely the second meeting. I would recommend if more than one of you are going to attend those council meetings, please let us know so that we can kind of notice that the 2 or more members of the PLDRC may attend and speak, and so we wouldn't have, we're covering you in terms of sunshine. That's basically it.
Okay,
How much notice would you need?
Reasonable notice.
I mean, for us to let you know we're going to be there.
It's if more than 2 just say that because we just cover the entire PLDRC. Literally, it's just going to say, 2 or more members of the PLDRC may attend and participate at the county council public hearing.
The day before, the day of, when would we need to let you know?
3 days.
Okay.
3 days is reasonable notice.
Can I put you on notice that I will be there August 5th?
Yes.
Thank
That's
you.
a day meeting, though, right?
It is, and I'll
day
move,
one. It's not the evening one.
I'll move my schedule around,
We-
but
we-
that gives you,
Right.
that gives the county council time to make those revisions. Staff to bring that ordinance back for those updates for that night meeting and for public adoption.
Just remember that, these are all uses that now go to special exception at county council. So whatever we've decided, whether it's, going to PLDRC instead of by right, that's still a reduction. So, thank you.
Okay. Do we have that covered, Mr. Soria?
Yes.
More than likely, I'm not going to be there because Ms. Bush obviously is going to cover it very thoroughly. Okay. All right. Are we done with that? Okay. Do we have any other, that concludes the new business? Do we have any other public items?
No, sir.
Do we have any staff items?
We do. And Ms. Kristen Ray is going to go over one of your requests from last meeting was the mobile home minimum floor area requirements.
So Yolanda just passed out a little memo. I did some research with the surrounding counties and their minimum floor areas for the mobile homes. As you'll see there, I went through, excuse me, Brevard, Flagler, Orange County did have some minimum floor area requirements for their mobile homes. However, Seminole County, Putnam County, Polk County, and Marion County did not have any minimum floor area requirements for their zoning districts for mobile homes. I'm available for questions if you have any for the memo.
Who brought that up? Ms. Bush, did you?
Yep, I brought that up.
Okay, so did you just clarify what you needed on that?
I mean, this is great research, so thank you for this. I know that we're not cities, but I would have also liked some larger cities to be included in there. Some don't have mobile home zoning districts, some do. And I know that in some of those areas, it might just be nice, just in the future, right? This is very succinct, but it seems like the average is 600 square feet. Am I correct in kind of just assuming that based on all the numbers presented?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That being said, I think I brought this up originally, that resident that wanted to put in that mobile home, and I believe it was 500 and change. or
Like 640, I think it was 680.
I think it was 480.
Not the one today. This was the one last meeting.
Right,
The
one in
to-
the Terramar
Yeah.
development. That was in Edgewater, about 6.
It was around 670, 680, somewhere in there.
Yeah.
Okay. So if it pleases this commission, I would like to make a motion to forward a request to the council for them to review these square footage requirements and direct staff to amend the existing minimum floor area requirement for mobile homes in Volusia County to be compatible with our surrounding jurisdictions.
What is our minimum now?
750.
Okay.
It varies in zoning districts. Some have the minimum floor area of 720, and that is a lot in our MH3 to MH7 have the 720 square feet minimum. And then MH8 and our bigger agricultural properties are the 750. So it's kind of,
It's a range.
it's a range. Yes.
Okay. So then, yeah, I mean, that would be the direction of the county council to then direct staff to either review the ranges that are appropriate for this zoning district and/or eliminate the ranges and just have a minimum for all of them. It seems like that is not necessarily compatible with Orange, Flagler, and Brevard, but Seminole and maybe some of the other counties, since they don't have those minimum requirements. Maybe if we're trying to be less restrictive and we're trying to give back private property rights, then maybe that's the direction that council will give you. That's not for us to determine. But I would.
So let
we
me
have
give
a
you a
motion on the
second
floor.
on
Do we-
that.
Yes,
since
she
we're
needs a
discussing.
second.
Yeah, thank you.
You need a second?
Gave the second so we can
Okay, I've got a motion on the floor from Ms. Bush to state your motion again.
It was to ask county council to direct staff to review the minimum floor area requirements for the mobile home zoning districts within Volusia County to be compatible with surrounding jurisdictions.
As I got a motion on the floor as stated by Ms. Bush and a second from Mr. Urson. Any discussion on the motion?
I think that definition is a little too general. I think you need to, go ahead and put out a square footage, and then that way we know what the target is, and anything less than gets an extra hearing. But if we're trying to eliminate the number of cases that we're listening to, go ahead and make it 600, for instance. And rather than make them do the work of figuring out what the surrounding areas are doing, and put us in alignment with, kind of what these guys are doing,
I'm okay with amending my motion to say at a minimum of 600 square feet, but as staff indicated, there was a range already for the different zoning districts, so I didn't want to put that in my motion to allow them the flexibility to determine what was best, and the council to decide what was best. But just, we need to review it because we're having people come forward to.
Well, this is just a recommendation for them to review, and if they feel like they could need the specific square footage or more, then they can make the adjustments at that time, so we could go ahead and put it at 600.
Sure, absolutely. I'll
Okay.
amend it to say that a minimum of 600 square feet.
I concur.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, do we have any other staff items?
Yes. In the interest of trying to make it easier for you on looking at the agenda or getting the information, we have clustered together our old iPads, Apple iPads, since we've all gone to new computers and staff-wise, and whoever wants one, we're not forcing you to take them, but if you'd like to have an iPad to carry with you or bring with you, in case you don't want to carry the big notebook of papers, we do have those available to hand out to you to be used. And there's a little form we do need to have you sign on the use of them, and if you like some instruction, we can certainly do that after the ultimate meeting, but we just want to provide that to you as a service if you're interested. If you still want to collect paper, we're going to send you paper, but we're looking, ways to save, and here's an option if you're interested in taking a county iPad for use.
Okay.
I don't do Apple. I like paper, and I'm still waiting for the agenda to reach my house.
Me too. This is, again, another month. And I live the closest.
I don't think anyone got them, and I don't know what, and I think that's probably to do more with the postal service.
As opposed to, they were sent out the time frame they're required to be sent.
I did talk to my letter carrier about it, and she said, I'm assuming that the packages that are sent to us are stamped here.
Yes.
If you take it to the post office, you can get a tracking number at the very least. And then that way, I think it'd be a little bit more encouragement on their part, or even to send them signature required or, receipt
green card or something?
Yeah, but I mean, it's just, it's very frustrating to work with this ordinance was 224 pages long, and doing that on the computer was difficult.
Well, as Miss Shelley stated, she's never home, so I don't know. Could sign for it. But I mean, it's okay.
What?
Oh yeah, I understand.
Well, the other option would be 2-day.
Would
Wouldn't that be cheaper? 2-day rather than for it to be signed for? I don't know postal fees, but this is a problem.
If I knew that this was going to be a problem, I would have driven over on Friday.
Right.
And I can get Edith's at the same time, and if I'm willing to do some shuttling around that way.
Yeah, we had some discussion on this before, and I think it was coming from staff that they wanted us to take it off the internet, but we felt that there was a problem with that, and so because of taking notes, being in areas where you don't have good connectivity to the Wi-Fi.
Chair.
No, I would just, Ms. Summers, you had?
I send an email when the package is ready and right before I mail it. When you get that email, I can just wait to see if you want to. I usually put in there, do you want to pick it up by this date? When I send the email, you can just know that they're ready at the counter. I don't know about the east side coming over to pick them up, but
As I recall, the initial email said that the package was being sent, and I forget if it was Thursday or Friday. And so I thought, okay, Saturday, Monday the latest. And I kept putting off when I was going to do my review of the paperwork, thinking it was going to come. And it didn't come, and it didn't come. So, once again, I feel like the post office has failed us yet again. And in order to preempt that continuing problem, I'd rather drive across the county and pick it up. I was trying to avoid that because I do live in Ormond by the Sea, and it's a bit of a hike, but I'm a spoiled brat. So
I'll ask staff, what constraints do you have on you as far as mailing them out? I mean, you can't, can you get a tracking? Can you get a expedited mail? I mean,
Refer to Yolanda, she knows more about the mailing, but I know we go to our mail center downstairs.
Well, I was told that the packet would be ready by 12 noon yesterday, so I had to change my evening plans to go through this entire packet the day before.
well, not only
Mr.
that-
Erickson, you told me on Tuesday that you hadn't received your packet yet.
Yep.
I sent the email that the package was being mailed last Thursday.
Oh yeah, I got that, and I waited.
I understand
then I got
that.
another email that they would be ready at 12 noon yesterday.
Well, when you told me that you didn't receive yours, I sent an email to all
I
other
saw that,
members. One member actually said that they did receive it, but in error, he did not receive it. So I don't know where any of your packages ended up.
Great.
But as soon as he told me that he didn't have them, we went ahead and reprinted them. But, I mean, like you said, the ordinance is over 200 pages,
Well, I
plus
don't
the
wanna-
other 12.
I don't want to put anybody out, but I can pick mine up.
I can make those arrangements.
I mean, I can pick it up. More so, I mean, on the east side, that's a little bit more difficult. Yeah. I mean, the other option, well, no, I'm not going to go there. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, let's get our stipend raised up, right? We'll make those extra trips. Mr. Ashley, that stipend hasn't changed in a long time.
You get $200, $100 more than anybody else.
Yeah, but you know how much gas? Gas just
Yeah.
went back up over to $3 a gallon.
It sure did. Well, that's something that it's probably discussed. Council, budget is coming up, so I don't think it's going to happen this
Yeah,
budget
I
year.
know,
So
Careful what you ask for, they'll take
Yeah.
it away.
Or if you're
Yeah,
like me,
that's true.
you haven't even gotten the stipend yet, like So,
Yeah, I'm in the same boat, and I'm about ready to put that in the record.
yeah, well, I just did.
I filled out 2 forms, and nothing's happened.
And I know that that takes time. What I was going to say is I don't need the packet. I do all of mine electronic review. There are a lot of council and commissions that only do electronic review, so we are blessed that they are continuing to print those packages out. And hopefully you're not mailing one to me, because I literally recycle it every single time because I do my review online. But I have a pretty good system, so if anybody is interested in making that conversion, I am happy to review that system because it's note-taking. I use Google Maps. It's a repetitive template that I use, and then I have a good form of keeping and taking notes. So I'm happy to go over that with any of you if you are interested, because it is time consuming. I do this on the weekend because I work full time, and I also serve several boards. So my nights are taken up, so I have to do it on the weekends. And so I usually never wait for the packet for that reason, because of my time constraints in order to provide the due diligence that I need to represent this position on this board. So I'm happy to do that if you are interested. I don't think the Apple iPad is I need an actual laptop. So that's just my thing. And I am an Apple user. I have iPads, minis and bigs. And have the iPhone, but I prefer an actual laptop for those types of things. I don't know if that's
Well, it's
resource that staff
we
can
have them,
provide.
and they're mobile. They're very mobile, and since you're already getting links to it online to see at home, as well as sending the hard copy, the idea, well, then you wouldn't have to carry all that paper. If you made some notes, then you have the information on a digital format that wouldn't take up a lot of space and heavy. So we on staff, some of our computers switched over to laptops, so we don't need the iPads for our mobile use. So we do have a number of them we've taken, and they're limited to, the internet, basically usage. So, and that's where the information would be from our website. So we just thought we'd make that available to you if you're interested.
We've used this at Daytona Beach City Hall for years.
The reason I'm sorry, Ms. Craig, go ahead.
And the minutes, will they also be available anytime soon? We're still waiting.
That's
We've
where I
got
was going to go
about
next. Yeah.
4 months back on those.
We're now 4 months behind.
We are not. We need March,
I looked and
March, April, and
most
May.
I had access to was January.
Okay. February's were signed. March, April, and May are just finished review yesterday from the last reviewer, and that's why they were not in your packet. We were trying to get them out Friday or Monday. It didn't work due to work schedules, so they will be all in your packet in July, including June's.
Okay. Well, I'll make arrangements to pick mine up, because one of the reasons I like mine in paper is because a lot of times sitting here, I'll go back and forth, and I don't want to be consumed with pulling you up. I know some board people are quicker with their fingers than I am. I usually hit the wrong key that had to go back. But anyway, I understand. I use my computer also to look at. I did look at the agenda and go through it. The minutes weren't on there, but we didn't have those today. But it is nice to have it to make notes on, and to be able to go back and forth on more so than anything. So I'll pick mine up.
I'll pick mine
You don't
up.
have to mail. You don't have to mail mine anymore. Either I'll pick them up or I have someone to pick them up. Okay. You may want to get with the other members and see how they prefer to do it, and they don't have to make a decision now. But it's not getting through the mail, and I'm not faulting you for that as much as I am the Postal Service, because I know how they operate.
It'll be there.
So.
And for the record, please stop sending me the packet.
Miss Emily, I do not mail
Okay,
you a package.
Thank you, because I've received it 2 times now, and I'm like, I don't know how many times I have to ask. So thank you.
Okay. All right. Any other staff items?
No, sir, that's it. No, we have the memo about the U.S.
Yeah,
Navy.
I was going to bring that up.
Okay.
Okay. All right. I'll bring something else up. Okay. Staff comments. Commission comments.
I have a couple.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Last meeting, I had discussed and asked to review the impervious surface ratio and tie it to zoning districts within Volusia County. That is very much in line with how a lot of other municipalities review the impervious surface ratio, which is the amount of coverage that a lot has, not just the building coverage, but the parking lots and the accessory structures and things. I was unaware that I needed to make a formal motion. We generally agreed on this board, but after speaking with staff on a different item, it came to my attention that I was not properly informed on the fact that I needed to make a formal motion. So if I could, I would love to make a formal motion to have the recommendation go to city council or county council to direct staff to review the impervious surface ratio and tie it potentially to zoning districts within Volusia County in the hopes to reduce flooding on parcels that are not getting engineered reviewed. So that is my formal motion that I'm making, and I'd love the...
Got a second from me.
Thank you.
Okay, I've got a motion to, as stated by Ms. Bush, and a second from Mr. Urson. Any discussion on the motion? I would like to say that rather than tie it to zoning, to maybe tie it to density. I think density is more, the zoning, I can see where like, parking lots and things like that in commercial zoning, so we'll let it stand at that, but I would, my line of thought is to the density more so than impervious area. Because a lot of times the commercial districts have the ability for the stormwater runoff to go to the utility.
Well, and a lot of times they are site plan reviewed, so they have to have engineering. It's more of doing that due diligence for when they add certain things and they just go through DRC or they just go through a building permit and it's not necessarily reviewed. If we tie it to the zoning district, it does essentially tie it to the density by doing so, because the zoning districts vary in specific density. For example, residential in the city that I worked for was 50% impervious surface, so you have to have 50% open space. And that allowed for drainage. And to be honest, that was because of the requirements that the St. Johns River Water Management District had on the city for the overall impervious area. I don't know if those are restrictions or requirements on the county because it's such a big area. But for the city, we had to have those tied to specific zoning districts in order to have enough area for water to percolate and for us not to trip any thresholds for flooding. Which is increasingly occurring in our communities, specifically in unincorporated areas. So that's why I'm making the request. But again, that's really going to be up to council and their direction to staff, and hopefully they bring that back towards us for review. And it might in turn be tied to density. I think that's just going to depend on their research. But I'm happy to include zoning district and or density in that amended motion if that makes you feel more comfortable, Chairman.
It'd make it feel more comfortable with me. And I have to, and go ahead, are you good with that, Mr. Urson? And part of that discussion, Frank would kick me in the butt if I didn't mention this, but his concern was making it more regulatory, another regulatory layer to the process. And so as long as we all keep that in mind also.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Any other discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. So hopefully it gets to them this time.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
I do have one more.
Go
I
ahead.
apologize. And this came up through a couple different conversations with some residents that I've had recently. As a lakefront property owner, the setback of 25 to 50 feet, depending, for wetlands is not enough. What we find, especially in doing development, the experience that I doing development is that you have a residential property or you have a commercial property, you have something come in and they build with that buffer in mind, but then that buffer gets eaten away either by the homeowners cutting down trees and making a path to that water body and it's not protected, and or the commercial space just doesn't maintain it and it dies over time and that buffer is no longer in existence. There's a lot of research that has come out recently, including through the St. Johns River Water Management District, that states that 25 feet is not enough in order to truly create the space that's required for water to percolate when we have high water events or big storms. So I'd like to make another motion to ask council to direct staff to review the water and wetland buffer requirements that exist within Volusia County.
Second that.
Thank you.
Okay, I got a motion as stated and a second from Mr. Urson. Any discussion on the motion?
Thank you.
Well, I do, but I understand what your thought process is and I understand your concerns, but there are situations where the elevations from an upland, whenever you put that greater buffer on, you're eating into a lot of the areas that really don't need it. So to have a specific setback, and I don't know how they would ever adjust that to where, and I guess what I'm trying to say is, what you're doing is a lot of times on the developments, then when we get more water in an area that the development took, then those upland buffers become more greater because now you've got more water sitting on the property in the wetland area. And so where does this stop at? And before it consumes all the property that a person may have adjacent to a wetland 20 years ago, but now that wetland has moved forward and now it's considered wetland and we don't have the buffer anymore and you just keep on eating at their property.
Right. So
That's where I'm at on this.
I completely understand. When we go through a site plan or entitlement process and we're looking at these setbacks are at where the water line remains today, not necessarily where it's going to be 10 years from now or where it was 20 years ago. It's looking at existing conditions. And I understand your concern, but as we continue to reduce those buffers, eat into those buffers, and remove the required vegetation that helps soak up and sponge up that water, by reducing that buffer in certain instances, we're not doing anybody any favors, including that specific parcel owner. So I think for those that exist on, water bodies, having that additional buffer, and again, that's something that it could be a variance that comes to us if the elevation is different and there is more uplands and they don't need that, or they're bringing in fill to make that considered, the difference in elevation included within that buffer. I think that's something that we can consider. But it's like I said, someone that lives on a lakefront property, my property slopes and has a very it's not a big increase between the elevations. It's very gradual. And I think that additional buffer, especially now as we're starting to see more significant rain events and more 100 and 500 year storms, is really critical, not only for the drainage that's necessary, but for the protection of some of these properties that are being flooded and inundated or are being developed adjacent and are older structures and really do need that additional buffer. So I'm not trying to be more prescriptive on some of these, but a lot of this has to do with PUDs and residential developments that I think could provide that additional buffer and help that native vegetation become and continue to be the appropriate sponge for the water to be absorbed.
I just have a quick question. Why I've been on planning commissions and done this, why can't we ask staff to bring that back to us? I've never gone through a city commission or a county council. You just ask staff to do it, and you're saying, well, ask why do that? We're the planning, like the thing before. Why is it going to the planning council?
I 100% agree with you.
We can ask staff to do it, and they'll bring it back. It's something we're interested in.
I was told that I was told by staff when I had this conversation with them, when I talked about, well, you're looking into the ISR thing, and they said no, because you didn't make a formal recommendation to ask council, to ask
That's how it is
staff.
here. I've never done that
So
before.
I'm also in agreements, and the P&Zs that I've managed and run before, they've had the authority to ask staff to do these things and then bring them forward. So this
Then
is
after
really
we look at
nuanced
it, we
for
can
me.
send it to the county council and they can throw it away or do what they want.
I-
That's how I've always done
I
it.
agree with you.
So we don't start officially drafting unless we get direction from county council.
Right.
We're
So
not
we have-
asking you to draft.
Yeah, essentially I am.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
wasn't.
So,
I was at now.
and we've done this before with concerns that the
Research is
PLDRC has
asking for
raised.
information.
You know, we take the concept brought up by PLDRC, present it to council, and ask for direction. Administrative variances, you know, started here at the PLDRC after, you know, why are we hearing this? So we took that, we took it to council, and sought direction, and then that direction is to staff to start drafting,
I understand that,
provisions.
but I'm thinking, I'm not asking to draft anything with drafting, of course, but I'm thinking it's just information to look at and say, is this something we want to investigate further? It's not, it's just like, you know, here's what we have about this topic.
Information is fine, but it's the marshaling resources to formally draft an ordinance is
We're not
where-
asking you to draft an ordinance.
Right. If you're just asking for information, I think staff can provide that from
the
direction
statistics
from
represent
this
that.
commission.
Or were you asking for an ordinance draft?
Well,
I'm not ready for an ordinance. I'd
I'm-
like to have some information first.
I don't disagree. I was asking staff to do the due diligence to bring that forward to us so that we could consider something like that, similar to the mobile homes, the research that Kristen brought us. So I appreciate that. And that's what I thought my discussion was and what I brought up at the last meeting would do, but I was told by staff that I had to make the recommendation in order for council to then direct staff to do that. So I'm just as confused as you are as to why I'm needing to make a recommendation to make it so difficult to ask for that information for staff to do that due diligence and research and for us to make that decision.
Because if I was a citizen, I could come up and just ask.
Mr. Ashley, you had something you want to
Yes,
comment on
I
that?
just got a message, a reminder from our resiliency manager that NRAC, which is meeting, is talking about wetlands. That's one of the things they're supposed to be doing, in which you brought up earlier. And they haven't directed staff, because that's who council directed to, hey, look at these issues, and one of them being wetlands as well as the stormwater issues. And they haven't given any direction on buffers as well. So I know if that's something, that may be the better route, because council's already directed that group to look into that issue for maybe we can convey your concerns and say, well, buffers are certainly important. Perhaps look at, do they need to be expanded? And I don't know what circumstances, in a norma or just normal buffers in general. And then, maybe that'd be the route we can go, is instead of us doing it, because the environmental staff's already looking into that for the NRAC to some degree. So
My only concern about that is that NRAC seems to be on a slower trajectory than we might be in favor of.
I can't agree with.
I tend to agree. I had this conversation with the chairman as well of the county council, and he was in favor of me bringing it to today's meeting and me making this recommendation for us to bring it to council. He even asked if I could make a presentation on those two items that I'm asking for the recommendation of approval or for motion or whatnot, in order to present why I'm asking for these things and why it's important. The ISR ratio, to be honest, I think is a bigger impact to flooding and to some of the environmental issues than the setback to wetland buffers is. And that is something that is not on NRAC's radar right now. So I do think that it's important for this board to work hand in hand with NRAC and staff. And I know that, at a county level, it's a little bit more siloed. than at a city level. But at a city level, we have those conversations among all of us so that we can make sure that we're doing the best for the residents and best for keeping development continuing within the city as per the comp plan, which is everybody's responsibility.
Okay. Well, we have a motion, right? And we have a second. Unfortunately, I can't support it because I'm not in favor of increasing buffers. But that's just me. That's my opinion. So we're going to take a vote on it. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Aye.
Tied.
Which one is ayes for the vote?
Mr. Chair, I recommend doing a
Roll
show of
call.
hands or roll call or something like that.
You want to do a roll call?
Mr. Harrison?
In favor.
Ms. Craig?
For it.
Ms. Shelley?
No.
Mr. Mills?
No.
Ms. Bush?
Yes.
Mr. Sixma?
No.
Fails for affirmative vote.
3-3.
It's 3-3.
What does that do, Mr. Sawyer?
The question fails.
Pardon?
Question fails. So,
We just let Interact.
um,
Okay. Any other commission comments? Okay. Now, I'll make a comment here. We've received an invitation from the United States Navy to send a member of the Planning and Land Development Commission for a review to, I guess, to watch Navy operations firsthand by spending a day with on an aircraft carrier, and I just need guidance. I mean, as far as yeah, I volunteer too. We do have to come up with a member of our PLDRC, so I mean, I'm more than happy to take advantage of it. The other thing too would be to we do need in the event that I wouldn't be able to make it, we would like to have an alternate. If it's so y'all are okay with me representing our PLDRC. Well, that's why I need an alternate. We don't know what it is. They said this summer, so I mean, a few more weeks I'll be fine. But so.
I'm in favor, Chairman, of you being the primary, and Ms. Shelley, if you want to be the secondary. Yep, I'm in favor of that. I would love to do this, but I just, depending on when it is, I don't know if they'd allow me on the ship, being as pregnant as I am, so might be a liability.
Okay. So. Oh yeah, I'm sure they do.
What a cool opportunity, though.
Yeah, I think so. When I was told about it, I said, yeah, I'll go. And then they said, well, how do you want to handle it? I said, I'd rather bring it in front of the council the board I'm just not going to arbitrarily say, yeah, I'm going, but if you guys are okay with it, I would definitely do it. And hopefully bring back an experience that we could all share in mind, if not in person.
I would recommend not singing in the Navy when you board the ship.
Do we know who the council member is and the other growth and resource management person is?
Not at this time, no.
No, we don't even know when it is, correct?
No, basically just get the invitations, who's interested in it, and then coordinate from there.
Or the location.
Okay, now.
Well, you go to Jacksonville to.
Or Virginia.
Or Virginia, yeah.
Wow.
You have to go to either Jacksonville or Virginia to be
At your own expense, though.
on it.
We're not paying for that, are we?
Okay. I wish we all could go. But I think it's a great opportunity.
Right.
Okay. So are we good with that? Who is our alternate? Oh, Miss Shelley. Okay. All right. Okay. Do we have any other commission comments? Do we have any press and citizen comments? This meeting's adjourned.
So when are you due, Emily? September.
The last time, this is my second,
I didn't even realize you were pregnant.
And I want to tell you, from a personal standpoint, I appreciate you going over that as thorough as you did. Because I'll be honest with you, we looked at it, and there were some things that we did bring up. Whether it got through or not, I'm not sure. You know, this is why I was telling them I wanted it to go through as a motion, and you know, so.
yeah, that one was like,
The paper I really needed to print it, yeah.
Because
I was like, how'd you do that?
But, you know, I did this exercise with my city, and we were really restrictive. You know, Castleberry is known for strip clubs and tattoo establishments and all that. And, well, true. Well, my experience just, so I knew that this was a really big lift that staff took, and I knew that since I wasn't involved in it, I did review the minutes. What was said before, and then I could just click on it and make, so if I need to look up the map, I can have it. If I need to look up the agenda, it's there. And that's what, you know, I wish that there was, I used to have a computer on my laptop. Yeah. I think there might be a program on the iPad. Yeah. So like I have to make videos. But I can set an example that I it's really easy for me to just like, it takes some time. Once you get the hang of it. Yeah, I don't have one. Did you get it? Little laptop is bad. But because my very first PLDRC when I went to 2:30. I remember I was dying. I was getting hangry.
I won't go to 3 o'clock. Yep. He was there.
Well, you still longer than this, and if they would take lunch. We didn't even, they just broke, because they knew it was gonna take so long. We're not gonna stay here, just go through, we're not gonna lunch. We're not gonna work forever. We bought food too. These guys usually hasn't been running long, they want to get out and go. I'll go have a break and come back.
Yeah, I should have told her, I apologize for not, and bringing Miss Tucker as one of our new planners.
I know. was a little shaky on the first two. My
Even
coffee
though
hadn't
Miss-
fully kicked in
Even though
yet.
Ms. Tucker's not an unfamiliar face.
My
but
first
still,
one.
at a different
Here's the
capacity.
variances. You got any questions? Let me know.